Excellent. I'd like to call our regular work session to order. Pursuant to ARS 38431.02, notice is hereby given to the members of the City Council and to the general public that at this work session, the City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for legal advice and discussion with the city's attorneys for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Councilmember McCarthy, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
It would be my pleasure, Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Shimoni, will you please read the mission statement?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And City Clerk, will you please take roll call?
Mayor Deasy?
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett?
Here.
Councilmember Aslan?
I have put my snow shovel away and I am present.
Councilmember McCarthy?
I am here.
Councilmember Salas?
Fully present here.
Councilmember Shimoni?
Here.
And Councilmember Sweet?
Here.
Excellent. Well, we're down to agenda item 4, public participation, which enables the public to address the council about items that are not on the prepared agenda. Ms. Fobar, do we have any public participation requests at this time?
Not at this time.
Excellent. Well, we're down to agenda item number 5, which is the review of draft agenda for the February 2nd, 2021 City Council meeting. Council, do we have any questions regarding the February 2nd meeting? All right. Just a clarification, do we need a motion to approve the draft agenda, or do we move on?
Mayor, we move on.
Excellent. Well, we're down to agenda item number 6, which is the Commission on Diversity Awareness Survey presentation. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Jessica Foose, and I am the staff liaison for the Commission on Diversity Awareness. Today, I would like to introduce Dr. Jean Toner and the Commission's Vice Chair, Ms. Deanne Wigwert. This presentation is in response to a request by the previous Council for a more detailed presentation on the diversity survey findings. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wegwert, are you presenting on this?
I am, but I'm presenting with Dr. Toner, and she's on the line somewhere. She was planning to begin.
So,
an interesting twist.
As always, in the new age of technology, Zoom meetings.
It was operator error. My microphone was muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Donner.
You prefer that our cameras be on, or should we stay off for bandwidth purposes?
While the individual speaking, if you could have your camera on, unless otherwise having technical difficulties. I just really like people to see the faces, wonderful faces, and just general expressions as we discuss these important things. So unless technical difficulties arise.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll get started. Previously, Vice Chair Wegwert and myself, Commissioner on the Commission for Diversity Awareness, very briefly presented on this survey that we collected prior to COVID, and it was very brief. It was like 5 minutes. So the previous council invited us to return for a more in-depth presentation. So that is focused not on the overall commission, but just on what we're doing right now with the survey. Next. Okay, I'm going to provide very briefly an overview on the survey for the climate for diversity in Flagstaff, the history, the purpose, the delivery, and a disclaimer. Then we'll review the methodology. And then Vice Chair Wegwert will provide a summary of key findings. And then we will both discuss some of the findings and recommendations. Next. And first and foremost, thank you very much for the opportunity to serve the community of Flagstaff. It is both a privilege and a pleasure. And also thank you for the opportunity to present. Next. The history of this survey, in discussions on the commission, we recognized that there was a dearth of community-wide data on the general climate for diversity in Flagstaff, which is what we felt we needed to establish our priorities and recommendations to forward to the council. Next. We determined that to establish data-driven efforts on the commission, we needed to begin this process of community-wide gathering of residents' views on the climate for diversity. Next. We were granted permission to load the survey into the HR department's SurveyMonkey program and to post it online on the Commission for Diversity Awareness page on the city website. Next. Data were collected, these are the disclaimers. Data were collected prior to the COVID pandemic and pre-George Floyd and Black Lives Matter demonstrations. So we have wondered among ourselves whether that would have influenced the data, but the data are the data, so that's what we'll present. Next. The methodology. We had 4 research questions going into this survey. Number 1, we wanted to discover the general climate for diversity among city residents. Number 2, we wanted to gain insight into how that climate is expressed in specific settings and venues within the city of Flagstaff. Number 3, we wanted to investigate any associations between residents' demographics and the experience of climate for diversity. Number 4, we wanted to field suggestions from residents in their own words for future work for the Commission on Diversity Awareness. Next. The research design was a 15-question survey focused on welcomingness and comfort in various settings and venues and suggestions for future work. We utilized a basic Likert scale from very comfortable to very uncomfortable, and the scale questions were followed by open-ended questions exploring the question's content. Next. In terms of sample strategy, in keeping with the exploratory nature of this first effort at surveying for climate diversity, the diversity climate, the sample was a non-probability convenience model. This model acknowledges that not all persons in the relevant population, which is all Flagstaff residents, have an equal opportunity to respond. But such a model is very useful for early stages of research where clarification of issues is sought. But rigorous representation and generalizable sample is not necessary at this early exploratory stage in research. The specific non-probability sample that was employed was convenience sampling, and that is when respondents who are available and able to participate are the respondents. This model allows for data to be collected quickly, reasonably easily, and generally at low cost. The limitations of the model are the kind of general lack of representationalness and generalizability to a larger population. Next. Our analysis included quantitative data analysis, SurveyMonkey analytic tools calculated frequencies and graphic representations were created, and the ranges were calculated and missing data were reported. The qualitative analysis was a thematic analysis conducted by 2 analysts, coding separately and then comparing for confirmation and trustworthiness. Next. The limitations of the research design included placement of the survey on the commission website, which requires about 3-4 clicks to get to, rather than on the city front page website. Maybe if we do further data collection, we can get it placed on the front page. Researchers were not able to have access to the survey ourselves, and that was because we are not employees and we do not have that administrative status, and that is perfectly understandable. There was also no availability of crosstab analytic tool in this version of SurveyMonkey, so associations between categories of data could not be drawn, which was unfortunate. Next. However, given the study limitations, the response rate was sufficiently robust to be useful. The demographic correspondence between the respondents to the survey and the overall city population is significant. There was very close correspondence, and the descriptive data that were available to us actually provide a great deal of insight. Next. Okay, I'm going to turn this over now to Vice Chair Wegwerth.
Okay, I'm going to talk about the quantitative findings. A total of 154 Flagstaff residents responded to our survey. Frequencies were calculated, and the frequency charts and bar graphs that we'll show you today also appear in the written report. Demographic profiles of respondents were compared to the demographics for the city of Flagstaff as reported by the U.S. Census Quick Facts 2018 when comparisons were available. So the next few slides summarize the demographic information volunteered by the respondents. Next. As you can see from this slide, the race and ethnicity of respondents loosely mirrored the proportions of the race and ethnicity that is found in Flagstaff. Participation by Caucasian or white respondents is not quite as high as the percentage of Caucasian or white survey respondents, but still is the majority in either case. As you can see, there was representation in each of the race and ethnicity categories. Next. Female respondents to the survey outnumbered male respondents in the survey in greater proportion than the general population. But perhaps more importantly, there was participation in the survey by people with minority gender identities. Next. Next, please. I think the next slide is about age. We skip one. Can you go back just a little bit? There's a slide about the age of the respondents. There we go. Thank you. The comparison of age categories in the survey versus age categories in the general Flagstaff population is not apples to apples because children are part of the general population, but children were not invited to participate in the survey. So the percentage numbers in the Flagstaff population as listed here don't add up to 100% because children were omitted from that count. But still, we were fortunate to have significant representation of all age categories in the survey response. Next, please. As you might expect, the primary language of most of the respondents to the diversity survey indicated that English is their primary language. The survey included participants who indicated that English is not their primary language. Please note the column on the right side of the screen, which shows that 10 of the respondents identify primary languages other than English. Next. This slide addresses living situations. Available data about Flagstaff divide the living situation options into the binary of own versus rent. The diversity survey captured a couple of other options: live with family and temporarily live with family or friends. Notably, the survey did not include participants who identified as homeless or unsheltered. Next. These data indicate that the survey respondents represented a range of length of residency. While there are no data for comparison, two things stand out as notable. First, that all ranges of residency had representation in the survey, and also that the survey was weighted toward Flagstaff citizens who have long tenure here and know this community well. Next. The next few slides are about the survey responses. To the question of how welcome do you feel in Flagstaff, this addresses obviously the feeling of welcoming. Green bars indicate a very welcome feeling, and blue bars represent a feeling of being somewhat welcome. As you can see, the green and blue bars dominate across the board, which is great news. However, it's important to pay attention to the smaller bars that indicate a less welcoming situation. Most notably, social services facilities, which is the second cluster from the right, has a more mixed response and may deserve further investigation. Next. In their response to questions about barriers to a welcoming climate in our city, I think that might have been the last slide. There we go. Participants identified lack of housing options and discrimination as the most important barriers, as indicated by the green bars in this slide. Next. This slide represents noteworthy, complicated information. Please notice that there are 3 questions addressed here. First, have you personally felt at any time that you were not valued based on race, ethnicity, or gender identity? The second question is, have you or a family member experienced an incident of hostility or discrimination based on race, ethnicity, or gender identity? And the third question is, have you personally witnessed an incident of hostility directed at somebody based on race, ethnicity, or gender identity? Now, it's encouraging that in the middle graph, the highest bar, which is a little over 30%, is never in answer to experiencing an incident of hostility or discrimination. In fact, none of the bars representing the responses are extremely high, but on the other hand, none of them are 0. And perhaps it should be alarming that the green bar representing frequently is at 15% or higher for every one of these questions. Next. Important issues for the Commission on Diversity Awareness. This slide indicates that we have work to do. Survey participants were asked to rate the most important issues, and green bars on these graphs indicate a rating of very important. Availability of information in languages other than English rated the lowest, though not unimportant. Other categories, all highly rated, include readily available information and help with affordable housing, access to affordable transportation options, anti-discrimination efforts by the city, information about city fair laws, policies, and practices, educational programs related to diversity awareness, equity, and inclusion, and advocacy services for people lacking equal access to services and resources. Next. In answer to the question, what activities could the city of Flagstaff offer to encourage and enhance a cultural exchange? Diversity survey respondents made these suggestions. Cultural celebrations was a suggestion from 70% of the respondents. Food festivals, greater than 60% of the respondents, and unity events, greater than 50% of the respondents. Sadly, it's important to remember that these suggestions were made before the onset of COVID-19. Oh, I wish we could do all of these things. Next. In answer to the question, how could the city best communicate with you? The response of via social media stood out as the front runner. Other noteworthy opportunities were via flyers on public transportation and public venues, via the city website, and via social services and healthcare agencies and facilities. And in the era of COVID, perhaps that last suggestion has gained importance. Jean, I think the next section is yours. Next, please.
Okay, now we're going to discuss the qualitative findings. Again, as I said, all the questions had both the quantitative and then a qualitative open-ended opportunity to respond to the question content. Thematic analysis was conducted as by 2 coders, and the themes, once we did a process of data reduction and ended up with 3 overriding themes. One was structural concerns within Flagstaff, one was attitudes within Flagstaff, and the final one was concerns about behaviors. Next. Okay, the good news on structural concerns, one of the strengths, or the overriding strength, was that respondents reported a generally welcoming environment. We were, encouraged to see that. Next. Under structural concerns that were challenges and barriers, again, housing was overwhelmingly the chief thing that was identified. One of the respondents made the comment, something to the effect of, if you can't rent a place in Flagstaff, you can't be welcome. And this is certainly not new news to anybody who's lived in Flagstaff, and it's also not new news to the commission, to the council, and the council has actually been, doing so much to try to address this issue of housing scarcity and affordability. Another thing that was qualitatively mentioned was the wealth diversity, more the wealth disparity, that this is increasingly a town that is becoming populated with people at the upper end of income distribution. And that becomes a challenge to a diverse population, also challenging employment market. One thing that was mentioned was the expensiveness of healthcare in the Flagstaff area. So those are the primary structural concerns. Next. The attitudes included strengths that the people are generally friendly in Flagstaff. Respondents said that they appreciated that there were so many free or low-cost activities available in Flagstaff. And a final strength was that many officials, elected officials is what they were specifically referring to, encourage, defend, and respect diversity. So, and particularly the presence of the Pride flag during Pride Month of June was identified as something that was appreciated as an indicator of respect. Next. Attitudes, the challenges and barriers. Number one was racism, and specifically the racism that was identified by respondents, either personally experienced or observed, included racial profiling by law enforcement and racial profiling by business owners. There were mixed attitudes about sexual identity and sexual orientation and gender identity. There was comments about heterosexism in Flagstaff, and there was also comments such as too many gays here. So that was brought up. One that was really concerning was the accessibility for persons with disabilities. And this was especially discussed in some of the physical limitations that are brought on by inclement weather and the distance of handicap parking from businesses. Political tensions, including this being a university town and the town and gown tensions, were mentioned as a challenge or barrier to attitudes. Also, we didn't put it on the slide, but there were comments about, political polarization between liberal and conservative, and that's certainly not specific to Flagstaff. That's certainly a national issue. Next. Concerns about behaviors. The strengths included the diversity, as earlier stated, of low-cost and free activities. A strength was the diversity awareness of city officials and the generally useful methods of communication provided by the city. And there were some comments about helpful actions from healthcare providers, and we were happy to see that. Next. Concern about behaviors. Challenges and behaviors, again, were racially motivated surveillance by law enforcement and local businesses. Microaggressions, which of course are indirect, subtle, sometimes unintentional, sometimes intentional acts of discrimination against minority populations or marginalized populations. So those were mentioned. Next. And so in terms of discussion of the input we hope to provide City Council through this survey, again, housing was cited as a primary barrier to diversity. This is not news. Racism was prominent, and this has certainly been an issue before Council for a while, and Council has taken certainly actions to invite the presentations to from law enforcement, and also, the commissions that have been developed are a way of addressing this. There are notable failures to full accessibility, and that can be an ongoing, project to work with the Commission on Inclusion, There were experiences of heterosexism and homophobia noted. And again, that becomes an issue of ongoing education and awareness. And these findings are embedded in a context of increasing wealth disparities. There were actually repeated references to fears about Flagstaff becoming the new Aspen. So we have to be, again, kind of concerned about that. The limitation, again, was the unavailability of crosstab analysis, so we couldn't really, draw any associations between demographic profiles and content of responses. So again, that was just a limitation of what we had available to us. Okay, D.
Next, please. Drilling a little deeper with housing. The expense of housing and types of housing availables were considered barriers to diversity. Survey included comments about the increase in student housing, which is not housing generally available to families. They also addressed median and mean housing costs, both for purchase and rent, that are significantly higher than the national median and mean, and the relationship between location of affordable housing and access to public transportation. Next.
Respondents noticed in terms of racism, the prominence of racism, and it fell into the three dimensions that we've already mentioned: structural, overt behaviors, and subtle microaggressions. These data were limited, again, as we said earlier, by our inability to perform crosstab analysis that could have provided insight into the relationship between demographics and responses. Next.
Qualitative comments identified lack of accessibility in certain city facilities, educational services, employment, consistent interpretation services, and again in downtown parking, especially critical during inclement weather. Next.
In terms of heterosexism and homophobia, moving Pride to Thorpe Park as other festivals remained in Wheeler Park was mentioned as creating a perception of discriminatory treatment. It was mentioned that there were stares or catcalls in public with a partner, a same-sex partner or spouse, and it was noted that the Pride flag flown in front of City Hall during Pride Month is deeply, deeply appreciated. Next.
Embedded in the context of wealth disparities, there was a sense that the increasing disparity in wealth creates further distancing among diverse groups of people. And this again gets back to that comment about Aspen. The sense was that this Aspen economy is not sustainable for our Flagstaff community or for a vibrantly diverse culture citywide. And healthcare was particularly noted within the context of wealth disparities and availability of services. Next.
In terms of guidance for the commission, how we, previously we've been talking about, guidance for city council, but now talking about the work of our commission ourselves. The whole reason we did this survey was we felt like we wanted to be data-driven in developing an agenda for our work. And certainly we've gotten materials to tell us where some of our work should be carried forward. There is an impetus to explore racism with a focus on reduction in the structural components that can be addressed through policy. And some of these things we can do is possibly establish a liaison with the Citizens Liaison Committee with Flagstaff PD, and also liaisoning with the Downtown Business Alliance. And we hope to, in a more formal way, be able to be at the table with other commissions on the very important work that other commissions are doing, and also work in terms of policy that may be forthcoming, policy recommendations that may be forthcoming with the legal department as necessary. Next.
So the recommendations that we bring are in two types. One from the vantage point of survey respondents, and two, the recommendations from those of us who were conducting the research and looking at these responses. And we encourage the council to keep these insights in mind and infuse them into policies as we go. Next.
Respondents' recommendations included addressing equitable housing first. Again, no news there. Two, must acknowledge the reality of racism and other oppressions as we move forward. Also, it was also recommended by a couple of respondents that we should sponsor more forums such as the Indigenous Circle and other forums that allow direct communication with City Council. Next.
From a researcher or commissioner point of view, our recommendations include the idea that modeling matters, that many positive actions by the council really matter to the community. There's a deep and urgent need for dialogue about diversity and equality and equity. Prioritize accessibility design. We recommend further research along the lines of the December 2013 Citizens Survey. Implement an explicit inclusion policy statement that can be infused into city policy making, and consciousness shifting. Next.
Finally, thank you again for the opportunity to present, and we are welcoming of any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you both. This was a really great presentation, and I really appreciate your data-driven approach to assessing the situation and looking at steps forward. So in that, I do have a couple questions, but I would like to open this up to City Council members if they have questions for themselves. All right. Well, then I'll jump in here with a couple questions. So I really like all the information that we're seeing on diversity awareness around racism and around physical disabilities in terms of handicap parking or something to the fact away from the needed retailers or restaurants that individuals are wanting to go to. I'm just wondering, in particular, was there any questions or any qualitative commentary regarding particularly hard of hearing and deaf or the blind or that kind of side of the diversity awareness and how we are approaching the situation here as a city?
In terms of hearing impaired, there was at least one comment, if I can remember correctly, and possibly more on the need for interpreters. But a lot of the discussion of accessibility and disability really was more focused on physical. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
was really focused more on physical accessibility.
Mm-hmm.
There were comments, though, about interpreters and
Yes.
and in sign language as well as in Spanish and other languages. And some were general comments, if I recall, and some were comments related to information coming from the city.
Right.
Am I remembering correctly, Gina?
Yes, that's exactly correct. You know, the accessibility of languages other than English and Spanish.
Excellent. Good to know. And maybe I missed this in the presentation, but why wasn't crosstab analysis available in this circumstance?
Because of the Survey Monkey program that the city HR department has. And at the time we asked about, you know, could we just get an add-on? And it was going to be really, really expensive. And so is what was reported to us. And so our new liaison has investigated some of that. And actually it may be something that is more affordable than we originally thought. And all the raw data is there. It can be dropped into crosstabs at any time. You know, so I think that what we have to do is have a discussion and take a vote on whether we'll use our budgeted money for that. Anyway, but more information is forthcoming. Go ahead, Dee.
It's unclear to me whether or not, even though it may be more affordable, it's unclear to me that whether it's within the budget of the Commission on Diversity Awareness, it may have to be budgeted some other way if it's purchased. I'm not sure about that.
I think there was a 1 month only option that was $99. I think that we have $1,000 budget, so we could probably do that. But if future surveys were wanting to have this add-on, I think they said it was about $1,100 a year or something like that. But you know, Stacy and Jessica have looked into this and can provide more information on it.
Excellent. But the raw data is available for
absolutely
the capacity to do so.
Yeah.
That's great. That's great to know. I mean, you know, potentially maybe we can get intern some extra assistance with it that wouldn't require any financial obligation by the city to be able to do that. But if it is available, I would love to kind of see some Yeah, overlays of how maybe certain responses are correlated with other responses, etc. So I'd love to look into that, maybe see if we can leverage an intern or two of myself to take a look at that without any additional financial cost on your end.
That would be wonderful. I think it would really enrich, the findings. And all we could do is get the hard data, and the hard copy. And I even tried to drop it into my SPSS program from a Excel sheet, but it just didn't work. So I think it really enrich the data, the findings.
Yeah, it's great. It's good to get, you can find the stories, the narrative, what's going on behind the data. That's not just the numbers. And I'd be happy to help with that to, get some assistance that won't be necessarily monetarily required. I do have a couple and please follow up with me and my chief of staff on that to make sure that we get on that in case it falls through the cracks, but I'm very interested in it. I do have comments from Vice Mayor Daggett as well as a comment from Councilmember Sweet. So, Ms. Daggett.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to express my appreciation for you taking on this task of doing this survey and also coming here today to present your findings to us. And I hope that we can continue to do activities like this, because it's really important for us as council members to hear from the public in this way and in such a comprehensive and condensed format. So I'm looking forward to this information informing future discussions that we have. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
All right, thank you. I am going to leave my camera off. I'm having internet issues tonight. I did want to thank you both for the comprehensive survey. I read it all the way through, including all of the comments, and it was very eye-opening, and I definitely take it to heart. It was surprising that, again, housing comes as a root issue. And again, we see it in this survey. The downtown was often mentioned, and I talked to Terry from the DBA this morning, and we just went over kind of some of the concerns, and she reminded me that there are some cultural celebrations in the downtown vision plan, and that will continue to be something that they focus on. And I've been working on my personal council social media, and it's nice to hear that is something that the community appreciates. So I'll continue with that. Mm-hmm. And building a community with NAU and the city, I think, remains very important for all of us. And let me see, I just would love to see the information from this survey turned into something we can use as action items moving forward. And again, just thank you so much for bringing this to council. What a wonderful, informative document. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Shimoni has a question.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Ms. and Dr. Toner, for your presentation and your work on the commission and on this report especially. It's nice to take a deeper dive into the data with you all, and Mayor, I totally support you taking a deeper dive and bringing your expertise to this, the information, the raw data. I think will be very helpful to the whole city, quite frankly. A few comments and some questions. So just wanted to rattle off some thoughts I had in reviewing this document a second time. On the topic of housing, we know this is our biggest issue. This is the elephant in the room. This is the thing that we need to address head on, and that's why the previous council declared a climate emergency. We need to have infill, and we need dense infill, and that's part of our sustainability plan and model is to have infill and density. And it's tough because the NIMBYism in Flagstaff is strong, and we need to address that, and the anti-growth movement is strong. So we need to change that into a YIMBYism culture of yes in my backyard. And that's something I think we can do through our regional plan, especially our next regional plan process. And I'm getting into our next council agenda item with that comment. But, the comments of this being, like a new Aspen, to be honest, we're at a turning point. We're at a crossroads where we very well could be on the track to become the next Aspen, and the trends show that we are. So that is a real concern that council we need to face and reconcile with, and determine how do we want to be, how do we want to look when we grow up, is the way I've been thinking about it. Flagstaff is a young city. How do we want to be when we grow up? Who do we want to be when we grow up? And do we want to be the next Aspen? And so that all ties back into diversity and this report. So I'm grateful for that. You talk about the acknowledging the reality of racism. And a couple of comments came to mind. The anti-racism committee is working with the city and our city staff to evaluate our own culture, and maybe city manager, maybe you or someone else can speak more to this. But I'm wondering if they can take their findings and bring it to the commission, and then potentially to council, or what would be most appropriate. But that might be a great place to start. And then I also fully support you all working as a citizen liaison with FPD, and also the Downtown Business Alliance, the DBA. When we talk about full accessibility, the downtown business plan for their downtown plan, the DBA's downtown plan comes to mind. And I know that Terry is all on board to improving that quality of travel and that accessibility. And so is our streets department. And so we're heading in that direction, and hopefully, it'll come sooner than later, but that stuff all comes down to funding, and it can be challenging. I think if we do another survey, which I fully think would not be a bad idea, we definitely should have it on our city page, and we should figure out how to better support that survey. But this could be an ongoing dialogue with the public on different focus areas that this report shows us to continue that engagement process, right? And build that respect and mutual trust. The report called out the Aquaplex specifically. So city manager, this might be an internal comment, but I'm curious to look into that, figure out what's going on, and see what we can do to improve that and make sure that all feel welcome at our Aquaplex, and that our city hall is viewed as sterile. And so we should all find that offensive and want to do something about that. Take that personally, not in a bad way, but in an empowering way to make our city hall a beautiful, welcoming space that is inclusive. And I know that we are up to that task. On the topic of town and gown tensions, there's a lot I can talk to here, but I do think that the idea of hosting culturally celebratory events on and off campus could be a great way to address this once we're through with this pandemic. And I know that one of your new commissioners is or was an employee of NAU. And so there might be room to build upon that with the commission's efforts. And on the topic of healthcare, I'm not too sure what can be done here. North Country healthcare comes to mind, but I'm not too sure what the city can do. And I think those are really the highlights of what I wanted to share. I'm grateful for your work. I think you all have a great team to work on this, and hopefully my comments were helpful and supportive. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Do you have a follow-up, Councilmember Shimoni?
Well, I was just going to say, I'm not sure if city manager or if anyone else that, I kind of hinted on wants to speak up. City manager, the only thing that comes to my mind really is the ARC with our staff internally. I'm not too sure if there's room for collaboration there with the commissioner. Maybe you can just speak to what we're doing with the ARC.
City manager, do you have any comments regarding the ARC?
I do not at this time. I'm listening with interest. I'm glad to report back on it. If you'll allow me to discuss with staff, we can circle back and give you a follow-up.
That'd be great.
Thank you. And Mayor, I'm so sorry. I just realized I skipped a bullet point. Communication was brought up, and the best way to communicate was to better utilize social media, and so and also sign language. And I just wanted to remind council that we have a team of one with Jessica Drum. She's an all-star. She does great, but she is a team of one for the whole city. And with our budget process coming up next week, I look forward to a discussion with you all on our communication plan and staffing, and because I think we can really step up our game. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Salas has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to express gratitude and appreciation to our Diversity Awareness Commission for their leadership and putting together this data. It's comprehensive, it's insightful, and it's helpful. I have heard of, anecdotal stories about the subtle racism, here, there, and everywhere. And also being part of, 2% of our Asian American community in Flagstaff, I'm very mindful and aware of what's going on. But it's really helpful that you've come up with this survey. I think this survey is very useful in terms of initiating collaboration with other city commissions and public entities. Like we have our Discover Flagstaff team putting together the Green Book. This Green Book will be useful documentation and also historical guide for the rich contribution of our African American history in Flagstaff, and how important it is to always remind ourselves of their contribution to our Flagstaff evolving history and culture. Also, another collaborative opportunity would be working with our Indigenous initiative as well as our Indigenous Commission. And not only awareness, but call to actions and future programs and actions that we can work on in a city. And the third opportunity for collaboration is to reach out to the county, share with the county this findings, this data, and again collaborate with future actions in terms of housing, in terms of workforce development, in terms of healthcare. So this is a good start. And I am offering myself as a volunteer to initiate an Asian American culture food celebration. When it's safe to gather and host those events. So I'm actually in touch with the Filipino American community in Flagstaff, and we've been talking about that. Maybe, it's time to come up with an event at Heritage Square, and not only Filipino, but Asian history and food and gathering, just to be aware of, the rich diversity we have in Flagstaff. My 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. I think you make some really great points, particularly about communicating this information to a broader audience. I think this information is very useful. The one part I really liked about it, as somebody with a statistics background is that this was, unlike many other surveys, disproportionately non-white compared to our general population. It was disproportionately more renters than owners of homes, unlike many other surveys and things we see. And I think that point, especially with who were the respondents, speaks very well to the not necessarily uniqueness, but the value added of this information as we or the county or whatnot put forward. And I really like your idea, Councilmember Salas, for the food. And one of the things that came up in my mind while you were talking about this is, a couple years ago, I went to Disney World and all their surrounding areas, but I'll tell you, my favorite spot always was Epcot, to get all the food and beverages or whatever from all around the world. And I guess maybe it's a little pie in the sky or dream world in the midst of COVID and budget cuts, but I just think that would be a really great way to show how much we value so much multicultural society that we live in, and to provide the foods and everything else from all walks of life. And one of the things that I've learned for over time is that food really, really brings people together. If you want to hold an extra lecture or seminar on campus, well, if you get some food in there, you're going to quadruple your turnout. So it's a great way to create that diversity awareness. That is the purpose of the commission and the purpose of this survey. So I look forward to more ideas moving forward on this, and I'm excited where this information can go. Thank you. Council, do we have any other comments or questions regarding this agenda item? Excellent. Well, thank you, Dr. Toner and Ms. Wegwart, for your very great survey and information provided, and I look forward to collaborating with you further. And please reach out. I have students and others who do sample analysis and serve for surveys to make it more balanced towards the general population, and some other, statistical, I won't say voodoo, but so some scientific analysis that may help us use this great data towards even further deeper understanding. So please make sure that I follow up with you to help out with that.
Okay, thanks.
I'm happy to. Excellent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
so
much. For your time to listen to this. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, and I'm sure all of council's pleasure. Well, that's great. We're down to agenda item number 7 now, which is our Community Development Division introduction. So I will turn it over to city staff. Thank you. City staff, who is presenting on this item today?
You know what? I realized. Here we go. I had my camera on, but I didn't have the mic on. So I apologize. Yeah. I've been talking for about 2 minutes.
No problem. That happens all the time. That's what I figured was happening. So, Mr. Polk, thank you.
I'll start over. So, good afternoon, everybody. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Dan Folk. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Flagstaff. And I'm really pleased tonight or this afternoon to give you a kind of a high-level introduction to the Community Development Division. And I'll share my screen here in a minute, but just by way of introductions, I'll give a little background on myself. I started with the City of Flagstaff 7 years ago. I was hired as the Planning Director in 2013. I've been the Community Development Director now for just over 2.5 years. I started as the interim. It'll be, this summer would be 3 years that I began as the interim, and then I became the permanent in May. So 2.5 years as the director. Prior to coming to Flagstaff, I was the planning director for the city of Manitou Springs, Colorado, which is a beautiful little historic town at the base of Pikes Peak. We were there for 7 years. And then prior to that, I was in Southwest Florida. I was the community development director for the town of Fort Myers Beach, which is in Southwest Florida, just north of Naples. I also worked for the county there, and I also worked for a private firm called Morris DePue Associates as their planning director. So I've been doing planning and public sector work I'm into my 24th year now. And I'm really pleased to be here in Flagstaff. I have a master's degree in urban studies from Georgia State University, which is in Atlanta, Georgia. And I got my undergraduate degree at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater in political science. So I grew up in Wisconsin, and Whitewater is my hometown. Interesting little town, about 5,000 people with 10,000 students from the university. So I do understand a little bit about town gown. So I will share my screen at this point and pull up our presentation. Can everybody see that?
Not seeing it.
Right.
You're not seeing it yet? I'll try this one more time.
Looks good, Dan.
Now, can you see it?
Yes.
All right, so I'll get started here. So again, I'm very pleased to introduce you to community development. I'm going to cover these first 3 bullet points as an introduction, and then I'll turn it over to our section heads to introduce their sections and programs to you. This is our mission statement. It's been in place for a little over 10 years, created by my predecessor, Mark Landseedel, and his great team, many of who are still with us. It is a little focused on, I think, development and that side of our house, customer service. I think we are going to refresh this with some more emphasis on housing, I think, and some of the other services we provide. But we still are very much a client-focused team, whether we're talking about our housing residents or our applicants who are seeking development approvals, our community planning, where the community is very much our client. We want to enable quality development, reinvestment, and conservation of the built environment through publicly adopted policies. And so we are working on refreshing this mission statement. We actually started a process pre-COVID looking at our values, and I'll share some of the values that came out of that from my community development leadership team. Included trust, well-being, innovation, community service, communication, and integrity. And we believe the values are the building block to identifying our vision and our mission. And so we hope to refresh that mission this spring. We'll be doing it through some virtual type of process. Here you see an overview of our staffing, and you just see a lot of numbers here. You know, we've got 64 full-time equivalents in community development. That includes administration, which is myself, and our real estate program, our planning and development services section, and our housing section. And these are a lot of numbers and titles, but behind all these numbers you're going to see tonight are people. And I am so proud to be the leader of community development. We have such an incredible group of dedicated staff. They're professional, they're committed to themselves, they're committed to their coworkers, they're committed to the city of Flagstaff, and they're committed to the citizens of Flagstaff in meeting the goals of our council, of our adopted policies, and providing great customer service. So I couldn't be prouder to be in charge of this group. Here's another depiction of our team. This is our organizational chart. Again, myself at the top there. Real estate is a program that was moved into community development a couple of years ago. And then we have 2 sections, planning and development services, which is led by our planning director, Tiffany Antol, and our housing section, which is led by our housing director, Sarah Dar. I won't read all these names to you. You're going to meet some of them tonight when we get to the section reports. I was looking at Rick Barrett's presentation a little while ago, and I saw he had photos. And darn, I wish I had seen that earlier. I'd have put photos in here. But You'll see some of them later. Here's an overview of our budget. This is our adopted budget in the current fiscal year. Again, the top, these groups tie in with the previous slide I was just showing you. I can tell you that for the CD administration and the planning and development services section, about 86% of that budget is personnel costs. So salary, benefits, 14% of that budget goes to contracts and commodities. Housing is a little different. The first category, housing programs, I would anticipate about 86% personnel, but our grants, community development block grants, and our housing authority are primarily federal dollars that come to the city. You're going to get more detail on this later in this presentation. And then I just wanted to take the opportunity to talk about some of what I believe are some of the division accomplishments over the last 2 years. Continuity of service. You know, this isn't just about this year, but really as we see change happening within our organization. Obviously, COVID started in mid-March. I think there were 2 days where we didn't receive applications, but within 2 days, Becky Cardiff, our development services manager who runs our front counter, had basically put out a message, email your permits to me, email your applications to me. And then she's been getting those into our permit tracking system, getting them through the distribution, collecting the payment. And we serve so many folks within the organization through the review of these permits and projects. So I'm very proud of Becky Cardiff. She's done an amazing job. She's been working a lot of extra hours this year into the evenings, on weekends, to keep us going. You know, this is part of the economy that never shut down, was really the building industry, which is a good thing. We've integrated real estate and heritage preservation into community development. As I mentioned, real estate was a program that joined us about 2 years ago. Heritage preservation joined us also probably 1 or 2 years ago. As a vacancy in that position came about, they were in economic vitality. It made sense to bring it over into community development. And again, I'm really pleased with where we're taking heritage preservation. We've hired a full-time preservation planner, Mark Rivas, neighborhood and preservation planner. We're staffing that commission. You're going to get more information about this as well, and I'm just really pleased with the direction we're heading with heritage preservation. It's something we hear about a lot from the community, which is maintaining the character of Flagstaff, which is so important. We adopted the 2018 suite of building codes. We adopted those in 2019. The way this works is we typically consider the suite of building codes every 6 years. They do come out every 2 years. The big thing about us adopting the 2018 codes included bringing our energy code up to 2018. I believe we were at the 2012 codes previously, but the energy code had lagged behind. The council at that time had decided not to adopt the newer code. And so we've made great gains, I believe, in our new energy code, and I'm really pleased with how our building safety program works with sustainability. We've created a dark sky specialist position. This is within our code compliance group. This came out of our joint land use study that the city of Flagstaff was a partner on with Coconino County. One of the recommendations was to co-fund a position exclusively working on dark sky issues. And I'm pleased to say we have an IGA with Coconino County that has funded this position for 2 years. We're going to be bringing you that IGA later this year, hopefully for renewal. And I believe we've really built up our dark sky program. We're doing wonderful enforcement, education. Mark Stento is our dark sky specialist. He's a wonderful ambassador for the program. It's one of my favorite things about Flagstaff are the dark skies. Very proud of our housing authority. It's extremely well run and well operated. Not all housing authorities across the country are. We directly impact 837 households annually. This is between the properties that we own and manage as a housing authority, along with some that we manage, some dispersed units, and then our voucher program. So Section 8 vouchers and other vouchers, that all adds up to about 837 households. And you'll get more information on this later as well from Sarah Dar. But those are households that we are directly serving by providing housing using federal dollars. All those units, they pay 30% of their income, and then the balance of that is paid through these various programs. Community Development Block Grant Funds, you're going to be hearing more about this as well very soon. I think we've been very nimble in taking the opportunities that are presented to us when these new dollars come to our community. Sarah and her program, Sarah Dar and her program, Christine Pavlik do a wonderful job keeping the plan up to date, and then working with local service providers to identify where those funds can be used. And of course, I think you just provided some direction on priorities of CDBG. And then in the last year, we created a housing commission obviously at the direction of City Council. They created the commission. Sarah and her team have staffed that commission, gotten it up to speed. We're looking forward to year 2 with the housing emergency resolution that passed. We're going to be asking them to be doing a lot of work with us. We're really looking forward to that, which brings me to some upcoming initiatives for 2021. Right at the top, residential assistance demonstration. This is a program that HUD is promoting. Our housing authority is very well positioned to participate in this. You're going to get more information on this, not only tonight, but in a work session dedicated to housing coming up in a few weeks. And essentially what it is it allows us to reposition our public housing. You're repositioning the financial platform, which will allow us to redevelop some of these properties with new units, more units, higher density. They will remain public housing, but it's a really great model that's working all over the country. We're getting very close to issuing the RSOQ to find a development partner for this program. We believe that should go out in February, we're hoping. The Consolidated Housing Plan, not to be confused with the Consolidated CDBG Housing Plan. This is the housing plan that comes out of the climate emergency or the housing emergency resolution. It says that by September, we will present the community with a housing plan. And so we've got an outline on this and how we're going to tackle this. So you'll be hearing more about this, and again, working with our Housing Commission. We're actively working on reviewing our housing incentives. A lot of these are found in our zoning code. And so our zoning code manager, Dan Seimer, and Jennifer Michelson from the housing staff are working together to look at our housing incentives, which ones are working, which ones aren't working, why or why not. So we're working closely with the development community and different providers to look at that. We're going to be launching our citizen portal. This is our it's our permit tracking system, and I'm told we may be launching this actually within a few weeks. This will allow applicants to, instead of emailing all of this to Becky, which they've been doing since March, upload it through this portal, check on the status of their permit, and it's for a whole range of permits. This supports not only community development, but the new engineering division and a wide range of applications. So we're really excited about launching the portal, checking on status, making your payment through the portal. We've been asked to revisit a property maintenance ordinance. This is something that I'm going to take on myself, working with our code compliance team and working with various neighborhood associations who are interested in this. So look for this coming to you later this spring with an update from me. And then finally, I'll be engaging on a formal community listening tour in partnership with the city manager's office, with the city engineer, and with the Chamber of Commerce. This is something they brought up each year when they do a joint meeting about what can we do to improve our development review process, our permitting process, what can we do to make it more efficient, more affordable in the end, so that the outcomes are more affordable. You know, we have a large focus on housing here. I've been doing one-on-one visitations with folks. Again, I was doing it pre-COVID, meeting just the different folks who do business with CD. And so I've gotten a lot of information on this already. But one of the interesting things about what we do in community development in our development review is we really represent a wide range of interests. Our codes are, you know, we attempt to accomplish a lot, I will say, with our zoning code. And so I was just reviewing some site plan comments, for example, and there were 12 individual commenters. You know, the ones you would expect: planning, housing, transportation engineering, development engineering, but we also have sustainability, stormwater, mountain line. And so again, we're trying to accomplish a lot through our projects, and this listening tour is intended to try to find areas where we can make improvements and kind of streamline what we're doing, but yet still represent the values of Flagstaff and get what we want out of these projects. And that's my presentation for this evening. I'm going to turn it over to real estate. Let me pull up a couple windows here. I haven't done this in a while. So I'm going to continue to share my screen, but I'm going to turn off my camera and my microphone, and I will turn it over to Bryce Doty, who's our real estate manager, and I'm going to keep driving this presentation, and I'll advance the slides. And certainly if there were questions here, just let us know at any point. We'll be happy to answer questions as we go.
Awesome. Thanks, Dan. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Bryce Doty, and I'm the real estate manager for the city. I started back in August of last year, having come from Denver, where I spent the last 12 years managing and acquiring land rights for energy companies. I have a master's from the University of Denver in natural resources law and an undergraduate degree in English Lit. Our program is staffed by myself, along with Carmen Pryor, our real estate specialist. And then, let's see here. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. Our program provides 4 main services to the city. The first is property acquisition. Simply, we acquire the property needed for capital projects. This could be anything from right-of-way for new roundabouts or easements for new foot trails. For existing capital projects, we've identified 122 acquisitions the city needs to make. Our group is responsible for acquiring appraisal services, negotiating, and closing each of these acquisitions. And depending on the type of project and funding sources, we are also responsible for following any federal Uniform Relocation Act guidelines. Or not guidelines, necessities. The second one is we also serve as a site representative for several city-owned facilities. So there's a lot of facilities that are leased by other users. For example, the Theatricos building, the USGS campus, and the Murdoch Center. We're responsible for taking any leases and lease amendments and any related issues to you for your direction. Third, we accept and process easements from private development. So we ensure any easements or right-of-way that are not dedicated to the city via plat meet our standards and are conveyed to the city by the appropriate parties. And then finally, we're the staff representatives to process, analyze, and prepare staff recommendations for any inquiries to abandon, burden, or sell city property. Next slide. This is just kind of an overview of some of the capital projects where we've got our hands, where we're involved right now. First and foremost, the real estate program is a support program. We don't own our own projects. Instead, we help other departments and other programs with real estate needs. The main one right there is the Rio de Flag flood control project. So we've been working closely with the Army Corps of Engineers to secure channel improvement easements for this capital project, which Christine Cameron will tell you all about in item 9 today. In the top right, there's an overview of what the Lone Tree Overpass will look like. Back in December, we closed on a house on the corner of Butler and Colorado, which we need to fully construct that project. And then finally, in the bottom right is the new easement location for the Schweitzer Canyon water main transmission. And we've been negotiating with the owners along this path to acquire the needs for that project. Next slide. Let's see. Another program service is to maintain a database of city-owned parcels. To give you some context, there are over 600 city-owned parcels. And what you see right here is just a blurry screenshot, but it's also a blurry screenshot of our very real real estate GIS application. This is a tool Carmen has been working on with GIS to map, categorize, and tag each city-owned parcel with historical and transactional information. The goal of this project is to visually understand what we own and how we can best utilize our assets for planning purposes. We hope to make this tool available to the public after formally presenting it to council later this year. We are hopeful this tool allows city staff, council, and the public at large more transparency about what the city owns and spurs creative ideas about how we best utilize our assets. Next slide. And then this is just a display of some of the information that our GIS application captures. So we have photos of the site, vesting deeds, any purchase information, including the funding source used for any acquisitions, and then importantly, any deed restrictions restricting use. We really are excited about visually understanding city-owned parcels through our GIS application. We hope it'll provide further insight to execute our city's goals. And with that, I'll pass it over to Tiffany Antall with Planning and Development Services. Thank you.
Good evening or good late afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Tiffany Antal, and I'm currently serving as the Planning Director for the City of Flagstaff. I have been in this position officially for about 1.5 years now. I've been with the city for about 7.5 years. And prior to that, I worked for Coconino County for over 12. So I've been in Flagstaff working as a land use planner for over 20 years. I did spend a little time in Prescott before finally getting my way into Flagstaff. I have a master's degree in planning from the University of Arizona, and I have a undergraduate degree in geography and environmental science, as well as urban studies from San Francisco State University. So if we could go ahead and move on to the next slide. The Planning and Development Services Program section consists of 4 programs. I often like to call them 5, but really it's 4. The first one is Building Safety and Code Compliance, which is headed up by our building official, Amy Palmer. And I was going to see if Amy Palmer could turn on her camera really quick and introduce herself. See if this works.
I don't know. Can you all see me right now? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Amy Palmer, building official here with the City of Flagstaff. And that's really it. I think Tiffany's going to go into more of it, but now you have a face with a name. Nice to meet you all.
Thank you, Amy. Next up, we have our Comprehensive and Neighborhood Planning and Heritage Preservation program, which is headed up by Sarah Dector, our Comprehensive Planning Manager. Sarah, can you turn on your camera and say hi and introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah Dector. I'm the Comprehensive Planning Manager, so I oversee comprehensive planning, neighborhood planning, and heritage preservation. I have been with the city. I'm part of the Dan and Tiffany cohort. I got here about 7 years ago. Starting next week is my work anniversary. Prior to that, I spent 10 years working for the USDA Forest Service as what my job title was social science analyst, but I was essentially an environmental and land use planner working on environmental issues during the furlough that Ted Cruz got put into place 7 years ago. I got the chance to be on unemployment and apply for new jobs, and the city swept me up in that moment, and then I'm very happy to be here ever since. So thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Next up is Current Planning, which is headed up by Alexandra Pucciarelli, who is our current planning manager.
Hello, my name's Alexandra Pucciarelli. I'm the current planning manager. I have worked as an architect in Flagstaff for about 15 years, and then I was appointed to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and through that position, I was offered a job at the city as a planner, and I've been at the city for about 4 years. The last year, I've served as the current planning manager.
Thank you so much, Alex. And that leaves us last but least, but our zoning and subdivision code program, which is run by Dan Seimer, our zoning code manager.
Good morning, everyone. Good evening. Good afternoon, everyone. Dan Seimer, I'm the zoning code manager for the city. I've been with the city now for just over going on almost 2.25 years. Prior to coming with the city, I was the assistant director of community development and the zoning code manager or zoning code administrator for the city of Yuma, which essentially is the same position that Tiffany holds today, and mine put together. Prior to that, I was with the city of Scottsdale for 17 years, where I was honed in current planning, but I was leased out to current planning, long-range planning, and the downtown advisory and development office at the time. So I worked in everything, and I also oversaw a lot of the special projects. Prior to that, I was with the City of Phoenix for 3 years, and I have a master's in business finance with the focus on government incentives to development, and an undergrad in housing and urban development and architectural technology.
Thank you so much, Dan. I would tell you that Amy tells me she would have gone into more depth, but she's dealing with a recent, or probably the first snow collapse of this season. So she's in an emergency mode right now. So we'll dig into, if you could move to the next slide, please. We'll move into building safety and code compliance. This team is really focused on public health, safety, and welfare. It's their primary task. You will see that the bulk of the planning and development section staff is focused and concentrated in this particular program. There are 17 full-time employees in this program. These include the building official, our inspectors and our inspector manager, our plan reviewers, our building permit technician, as well as our 4 staff members in code compliance, which also includes our dark sky specialist, which was mentioned earlier. If you could go to the next slide. Just wanted to break down some of the information or the things that we do in each of these programs. And each of these programs were able to help put together this information to kind of share the work and the types of work that we're accomplishing. So this first graph is depicting the calls that we're getting. So in the types of cases we're working on in code enforcement, you'll see the bulk of those cases fall under health and sanitation, just over 50%. Most of those are litter related or cleanup issues that need to happen in the community. You'll see some fall under engineering standards, some fall under traffic, some fall under police regulations, some fall under the zoning code as well. So this group does focus on a wide variety. They will be extremely busy right now because they do a lot of work in terms of snow clearance enforcement on sidewalks. One of the more important things to note about our division is that we are a complaint-driven division or program, but not all of the complaints are citizen complaints. So there's a lot or a large percentage of the situations that we deal with that are actually staff-driven. So just proportionally, this gives you the numbers, the number of cases that staff tends to be more proactive on as opposed to just following up on the citizen-driven complaints. Next slide, please. And of course, we needed to provide you a slide showing the benefits of having our dark sky specialist. You can see some of the incredible things that this position has achieved in just, gosh, it's the last year and a half. But essentially, over 1 million lumens of unshielded light have been reduced citywide. That in and of itself is just amazing. And at this point, we're starting to really document legal nonconforming situations. This program has really blossomed. It's really taken a great lead under Mark Stento, who is our dark sky specialist. He now has taken on all of our lighting permits. He works with all of the current planning managers to make sure that we're permitting the right light. But a lot of exciting, interesting work is happening in this area. So this is just information to share with you on just the immediate impact of this position. Next slide, please. And for building safety, I always, when I ask the staff or program to put together these presentations, what are your widgets? Some of us have widgets that are more easily to relay and describe than others. But in this last year, you can see there were just under 2,000 plan reviews completed, 1,844 plan reviews, over 16,000 building inspections performed. There was over $3 million in total fees collected. It's pretty significant. This team does a huge amount of work. And again, public health, safety, welfare is their primary focus. So let's get on to the next slide. And we'll move on to comprehensive and neighborhood planning. So comprehensive and neighborhood planning is really our long-range vision-oriented group. They focus on and take care of, they update and amend our regional plan, which is our general plan. They do all of the neighborhood planning. Southside Neighborhood Plan was recently adopted by council as an example. This program has taken on heritage preservation, and last year was able to hire on new staff to assist with this program. This program led by Sarah is also key to our inter and intra-governmental coordination. They act as our census coordinator. They work with all of our federal land management agencies, as well as all of our local and state transportation planning agencies. They monitor our regional plan implementation, and they are also our experts in public participation. And we all rely on them citywide even for these resources. Next slide. So comprehensive planning's widgets, they're a little bit different, right? They don't process permits, they don't have big numbers, but while these numbers are smaller, the projects are bigger. Since 2015, they've accomplished 2 major plan amendments, 8 minor plan amendments associated with specific plans, and participated on behalf of the city in 14 planning efforts. These achievements are huge. This is the first comprehensive planning group I've worked with that is so focused and time-oriented. They do such a great job. It is so easy for long-range planning efforts to languish in the public process, and this group does such an amazing job of incorporating important public comment and yet moving these plans so that they stay fresh and meaningful for the community, and that current planning and zoning code can be amended and adopted so that we can continue to pursue the community's vision. Next slide. The Comprehensive Planning Manager also serves as our Census 2020 outreach coordination. So there was a lot of work done leading up to the census, participating in the census. Sarah did a phenomenal job of making sure that all of the data was correct, trying so hard to make sure that this census was going to provide the best data available for the city of Flagstaff, because funding is so dependent upon these numbers. Next slide. And of course, heritage preservation. Since 2015, you can see all of the historic properties that have been inventoried, the landmark overlays that have been created, work on the historic facades and sign grants. The Economic Vitality Division still assists us with the finances for this project. These grants help us create restoration and adaptive reuse projects. And then the National Historic Preservation Act, the Antiquities Act, this staff helps everyone else within the city as a whole make sure that we're in compliance with all of these requirements. Next slide. Neighborhood planning. So this group focuses heavily on neighborhood planning. The La Plaza Vieja and Southside neighborhood plans have recently been completed. Future work has been put on hold due to the current pandemic, but we expect to be outgoing and ready when conditions change. Neighborhood planning efforts are really dependent upon having good connections with the public, which is hard to achieve through virtual, or at least to introduce yourself in the virtual environment. So we're hoping to get started on more projects in the future. Also, just as note, the Southside Community Specific Plan won a national and international award for public participation. This is huge. It's just such a great big award, and we're so proud to have Sarah as part of our team, and all of the work of all of the supporting groups with her. And you'll hear a lot more from her tonight. So if I'm abbreviating and running through a lot of these things, it's because you're going to hear a lot more from Dan and Sarah later on. Next slide, please. And the current planning program. The current planners are a group that primarily focuses on implementing the zoning code, and how they do that is reviewing and processing development projects, plans, and permits. So they serve as the SPOCs. Nice little lingo, stands for single point of contact. So they are the single point of contact as a development project moves through the process. They work to make sure that all of the group is working together, that one group isn't providing comments that will conflict with another. It's the SPOC's job to find where the problems are and work through them before they're delivered to the applicant. So they do spend a lot of time focused on the concept and site plan reviews, conditional use permits. They typically tend to handle the discretionary cases such as rezonings and annexations, and they process the vast majority of subdivisions. Their administrative permits that are typically dealt with in-house fall in terms of signs, outdoor lighting, fences, temporary uses, and lot splits. And they administer a lot of the technical standards. So next slide. This is sort of a breakdown of a couple of the different types of projects that are reviewed or seen by the current planning division. We have a free pre-application process every Friday. You can come in and you can run your ideas past us, and we'll try to figure out the best way forward for your project. You can see that the trend is upward on the pre-application meetings. Same is true with concept. We've seen an uptick in concept plans. We've seen a slighter uptick in site plans. You'll see a discrepancy. Why are there more concept plans than site plans? A lot of projects, if we can kick it through to building, if we can move those on, that's our primary goal, is to only hold back what we really need to see again in the next round. Preliminary plats are sort of hit and miss. What I can tell you right now is we're starting to see an uptick again in single-family home plats. So first you start with preliminary, then you go to final plat. So you'll see those numbers there, as well as conditional use permits. We've seen an uptick, and then in zoning map amendments, we're also seeing an uptick. The one thing to note is that while these cases don't seem to differential, the complexity and the size of the projects have really changed over the last couple of years. So we're seeing a lot more complex issues related to the projects, especially the ones that we're bringing forward to council. Of note is important to reference here, the current planning staff is down right now, about 50% of its staff. So we have 3 vacant positions that we're looking to fill. Just an advertisement, if you know a planner, we're looking for one. So send them our way. Next slide. And here is our zoning and subdivision code program. This is where all the magic happens. This is the rule maker. They set the tone. They help us. He helps us through the process. He helps us interpret that code and figure out, because you can imagine with almost 1,000-page zoning code, what it's like to try to figure out what provision overrules another, what applies, and what's most important to make sure we adhere to. So the zoning code administrator does support the comprehensive and current planning and code enforcement teams. They also provide inter-city coordination and assistance. They are a huge assistance to the public as well. Our zoning code manager has also been grateful in helping us answer planner of the day questions, which is time consuming, but we're so glad to have him step up and help us all out. He's also the Board of Adjustment liaison, and like I said, focuses really on those zoning and subdivision code interpretations. The bulk of our zoning code manager's time is spent on zoning and subdivision code amendments. And in terms of project management, he handles variance applications as well as zoning verifications and minor modification to development standards. Next slide. So accomplishments for this program, zoning code amendments are, the number looks 3. And so, but the array of those zoning code amendments are so significant, and so much work has been done. So much work has been done in terms of these zoning code amendments, and we're so grateful to Dan and all of the work he has done to help us make our code the most efficient it can be. You'll see here the examples of some of the code amendments that have recently happened. And the numbers of zoning verification letters, these don't sound very exciting. They're fairly tedious to do. 31 is just a huge amount of work for one person to do alone, on top of all of the other accomplishments. Minor modifications, these are the little modifications we need to make in the code to make projects work for one reason or another. And variances, there's only one, which means in a lot of ways our code is really working. When people don't have to apply for variances, that means a lot of times we're getting it right, which is great news. With that, if there's no questions, I'll hand it over to Sarah Dar, our housing director.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm going to be on camera for just a quick minute to greet you in person, and then I am having some pretty big internet connectivity issues at home. So I am connected through my phone, so we won't lose sound, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to maintain camera. So I'm going to turn that off for ease of broadcasting coming up. And I am pleased to be giving you a quick overview of housing today. It's not as in-depth as a general housing presentation because that's scheduled for February 9th. So a little bit about myself. I'm a Flagstaff native, actually third generation Flagstaff native. I worked in Phoenix for a while in the legislative arena, and then was lucky enough to be able to move back home. And I started working in housing 20 years ago this past August. So I just hit my 20-year work anniversary. And I've been housing director, I think, for about 12 years, but that didn't used to include the Housing Authority. The Housing Authority was a separate entity until about 5 years ago. Until about 8 years ago, 5 years ago, I was gifted the Housing Authority to take over management of that authority and its programs. So I'm newer to that side of our programs, but by this point in time, certainly no stranger to it. So today I'm pleased to be sharing with you our programs. My formal education is I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and social work, and I'm also a certified public manager through ASU. And so with that, I'd like to move to our next slide, and I'm going to turn my camera off before things get sticky. Thank you for that allowance today. I wanted to go over very quickly with you some housing vocabulary. I will work very, very hard not to use acronyms. However, here are our most common. We talk about HUD, which is the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. That's the federal department where the bulk of our funding comes from. We say ADO, which stands for Arizona Department of Housing. And LIHTC, or the Low Income Housing Tax Credit, which is a tax credit program run through the Arizona Department of Housing. We also talk about AMI, or Area Median Income. And Area Median Income is how we determine eligibility for housing programs. So if I could have the next slide, please, I'll go a little bit more into what AMI looks like. So AMI is a number established by HUD, and it applies to our entire metropolitan statistical area. And so that entire metropolitan statistical area for us is all of Coconino County. So that is a vast region with one central metropolitan area. That's us. AMI is adjusted for household size. And here is a small chart showing what those income ranges are for a 3-person household. Our average household size, I believe, is 2.8. So we round it to 3. So any household, or a 3-person household that makes less than $40,620 is considered low income in our community. And actually about 49% of all households in Flagstaff are considered to be low income as adjusted for household size. The reason I'm not showing you 100% of area median income is because you would start to math things. You would start to be like, well, that's not 80%. Well, it's not 80% because HUD, it recognizes us as a high cost area because our housing costs are exorbitant and our wages are low. We have a special designation which allows us to serve a little bit higher of income area. And so we talk about these as income limits or eligibility limits. But if you happen to see the 100% number and you do start mathing this, and you say those housing people, they just don't have their math skills right, because that's certainly not 50% of this number. That's why. And so I like to try to explain that is when people see it and they get that curious puppy dog look if that 100% number is up there. So if I could have the next slide, please. We have a number of different programs, and because we're coming back to you on February 9th with an in-depth housing overview, including our coming work program for the year, I'm going to fly through these a little bit, but here are our main programs. Public housing, our property management of that housing, voucher programs, etc. Things you've already seen, like the community development block grant. We do developer negotiations. We have an incentive policy for affordable housing you'll be hearing more about, permanent affordability, also down payment and closing cost assistance programs, along with employer assisted housing. All of those things require management of the loans that are made. And of course, we work in the community to further the housing goals of the city and assist other agencies that are better suited to do certain housing programs than we are. We do our part. There are things that the city can do that others cannot, and there are things that nonprofits and other providers can do that we cannot. And so that's where it makes that community participation and those partnerships ever so important. Next slide, please. We do have two commissions. The first is the Housing Authority Board. This was established in 1942. It is federally mandated, and it oversees only housing authority operations. It does require a resident or participant member. By state statute, it is 6 members plus the mayor, and the members are appointed by the mayor per Arizona state law. The other option here is that instead of 6 members plus the mayor, Arizona law allows for the city council to serve as the board with a low-income representative when the council is convened as that board. We have historically operated with the mayoral appointments. This commission, Housing Authority Board, meets the 3rd Wednesdays of the month. Next slide, please. We do have the second commission, which Dan mentioned. This is a fairly new one, as you see the 2019 date up there. There are 13 voting members. 12 of them are appointed by City Council, and there's 1 representative from the Flagstaff Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. That is to ensure that communication remains in place between the two entities, as they do work on different areas, but they do overlap quite a bit. So there is 1 member that serves on both, and on our agendas we have a spot to update each commission or board on what the other one is doing. The other members are made up from following categories: building and real estate professionals, low-income housing experts, and other community representatives. This board or commission meets on the 4th Thursday of the month. I'm going to first talk a little bit about the Housing Authority. So the total financial resources are almost $12 million. This money comes almost entirely from HUD. Our other income sources, as you see on the right-hand side, in that pie chart, the red chart is rents and other tenant income. So for the housing that we own and operate, households pay 30% of their income towards housing. The rest is made up by the federal government, and that's where that rent and other tenant income comes from. So I'll talk a little bit on the next slide, please, about which one's next? Public housing or Section 8? Oh, here we go, a general overview. The Housing Authority was created by City Code in 1941. There are 3 offices. So the main office at Seiler Homes serves Seiler, our east side scattered units, as well as our voucher programs, and I'll talk more about those in a moment. We have an office in Brannon Homes, and it serves that area, Brannon and the west side scattered units. And then we also have an office at Clark Homes. Clark is owned by a different entity, but it is fully operated by the Housing Authority, for which we receive, we're paid a fee in order to administer Clark Homes. So for public housing, we have 265 of those units. 127 of them are in Brannon Homes. I'll go over maps in my next presentation, but Brannon is over off of Fanning and 66, behind what used to be the East Side Sizzler. Seiler Homes is off of Lone Tree, just south of the Sawmill area. there's 100 units in that one. And then we have scattered site units throughout the community, and there are 38 of those. We have public housing located in Sunnyside, up on Cherry Hill, on Cedar Avenue, in South Side, and in Greenlaw. So those are 38 units scattered throughout the community. I mentioned Clark Homes. We administer that through a management contract, and that is 80 units, up to 80% of area median income. On the next slide is an overview of our voucher programs. So the public housing slide I just talked about is housing owned and operated by the City of Flagstaff. We own those units. We have a maintenance staff that maintains those units. Conversely, a voucher program, often referred to as Section 8, is attached to a household rather than to a unit. So the subsidy follows the eligible household, and they go out into the market and identify a unit to rent within certain parameters. They pay 1/3 of their income, and the rest is made up by a housing subsidy that is granted to us from HUD. So the landlord actually receives 2 housing payments, one from the household and one from us that makes up the remainder of the rent. We have 333 traditional Section 8 vouchers. We administer 106 what we call VASH vouchers, which stands for Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing. And that's a partnership with the VA, where the VA brings us an eligible household. We work to qualify them. We work to provide the housing subsidy, and the VA provides the surrounding services that go with that. That program is targeted to homeless or formerly homeless veterans. In partnership with the Guidance Center, we operate what's called SROs, or single room occupancy, or SMI, which stands for seriously mentally ill. And we have 12 of those vouchers that are attached to units that are rented here in the community. And it's similar to our partnership with the VA, where the Guidance Center identifies the eligible individual. We qualify and provide the subsidy for housing, and they provide the necessary services that go with serving the seriously mentally ill in this fashion. I'm so excited to write these next 2 down. I mentioned, I believe last fall, that we were successful in securing a foster youth initiative voucher program. And this program is aimed at young adults who are aging out of foster care, or who have aged out of foster care and are currently experiencing either housing instability or homelessness. And so this is a flexible number. It's not a solid number of vouchers. We ask for the voucher when an eligible household is identified. And this one's a partnership with the Arizona Department of Child Safety. Right now we have one, which actually we've gotten some kudos from around the state for launching this program so quickly. There are others in the process of executing their programs. We are actually up and running. And while there will likely be a small number of individuals served by this program, it is such a critical population that often falls through the cracks. And so we'll provide the housing, and Department of Child Safety will help with the surrounding services for this vulnerable population. We were also just successful in securing 40 brand new, I used new on this line twice because I was so excited, what's called mainstream vouchers. And these vouchers are targeted to non-elderly disabled households. So you would think with a term like mainstream, that means really broad. Well, it's HUD land, so it doesn't. We were just granted these vouchers and are putting together a schedule for how we will be launching this program. The mainstream vouchers will utilize the existing Section 8 waiting list. So we'll be able to serve more folks within the Section 8 program. This one we are entirely responsible for the administration of, unlike the 3 previous ones I just mentioned. So super exciting to be able to bring new resources to the community there. That's 492. The plus sign is because the FYI, or the Foster Youth Initiative vouchers, is a flexible number as eligible households are identified. On the next slide, I have a quick overview of budget for covering everything else except the housing authority. So this is our housing section budget. The bulk of this funding is federal. What do we see? We have $900,000 in state grants that is budgeted. We don't always receive that amount. And then $1.3 million in CDBG grants, as we quite often are not agencies we award CDBG funds to, community development block grant funds, are not done with a program by the end of the fiscal year. So we have some carryover funding plus the new funding that we receive on an annual basis as an entitlement community. And this is the program that Christine Pavlik covered with you in early January. So there's not the bulk of this outside of the grant funds is staff oriented. On the next slide, I have an overview of what the housing section looks like. It was first staffed in 1993 with one person, and the second staff person was added in 2000. That's me. I was the second staff person added in 2000. There's now 6 staff with 8+ programs, and their office is located in the Water Services Administration building, often referred to as Wasabi. They are currently all working remotely at this point in time, where our other office for Housing Authority, our other offices are not able to be entirely remote. So that gives us housing staff in 4 locations throughout the community. We've already talked about the Community Development Block Grant Program, so I'm not going to spend time there. We do have a permanent affordability program that also comes with long-term compliance management, and this covers both rental and ownership. And I am giving the 70,000-foot overview because we'll be back on February 9th with the details. We do have down payment assistance programs. These are administered in partnership with Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona. Of course, the city has its own employer-assisted housing program, and when funding is available, the Community Homebuyer Assistance Program, often called CHAP, is funded with city general funds so that we can assist households that are above that 80% low income designation, as the housing need for funds towards ownership is larger than low income. On the next slide is something interesting. There it is. Continuing the programs for the housing section is housing planning and developer negotiations. So in Tiffany's charts, when she's talking about developers coming to the table and talking about building things in our community, we meet them at the table and ask the question, how would you like to contribute to Council's goal of including affordable housing and development? Of course, it's illegal for us to require it. It's Arizona law that we cannot require developers to contribute towards the affordable housing need in our community, but we can incentivize it. And that's where the incentive policy for affordable housing comes in. The incentive policy for affordable housing is in our work program this year to be revised to make it more meaningful, as it was adopted right before the crash in 2008. And we just in recent years have started seeing a ramp up of development where this is desirable to be applied. We have historically run an owner-occupied housing rehabilitation program. Sometimes you'll hear people call it OHAR. This program addresses health and safety needs in low-income owner-occupied homes. Our clients in this program were largely elderly, folks that quite often owned their home free and clear, but on a fixed income did not have the ability to save towards major systems replacements, such as roofs or plumbing, heating, electrical, etc. This program was suspended due to COVID, and the funding was reallocated to address more immediate community needs surrounding shelter to get folks out of congregate settings to help prevent the spread of COVID. Also suspended because this program has us working in people's personal homes, which created a larger risk for both our staff and them as well. So we also have loan management. I did mention that earlier for both our rehab program and our first-time homebuyer programs. Most of these are secured with a loan that is 0 interest and not payable until the house is sold, refinanced for cash out or no longer owner occupied. So we must keep track of making sure that the houses are owner occupied. We also are in a position to subordinate if someone is refinancing and not pulling cash out, or to process repayment if they are pulling cash out or selling their home. And I did mention community participation earlier. This comes in the form of working with a number
Ms. Starr, I'm sorry, you cut out there just a second ago. Ms. Starr, we're cut out here. We can't appear to hear you. Ms. Starr, can you hear us? If so, can you please?
I can hear you now. I got
Okay.
entirely phone and computer kicked off. That was fun. My apologies for the interruption. And I'll wrap up because on the next slide, it says coming soon to a council meeting near you on February 9th is a deeper dive into housing, including our 2021 look ahead. We will be appearing for one night only. We won't be making another appearance after that, unless you ask us to, of course, and we'll be housing staff. That's when you'll meet our staff and hear a little bit more in depth about our programs, including how permanent affordability works. We're going to go into some detail on the rental assistance demonstration program that Dan spoke about at the beginning of the presentation, and a few other items, as well as the 2021 housing plan as called for in the housing emergency resolution. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or turn it over to any of my colleagues. Thank you for your patience with my technical difficulties this afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Starr. I did want to quickly mention that comments were made in the chat box. Well, a question from Councilmember Shimoni asking Ms. Decter if we won the international award. And Ms. Decter replied that we did, and that she's working on getting something on a future council agenda with IAP2 president. So I just wanted the public to be aware that that had been mentioned in the comment box. Council has a couple questions here. I will start with Councilmember Shimoni, followed by Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Mr. Folk and Mrs. Dar. Great work, and obviously your entire team. You all are doing a lot. I do have quite a few comments, but I'm going to just ask one right now. You know, we've talked a couple of times about the incentive policy for affordable housing, and in the staff packet, it shows that effort is not funded. Can Dan or Sarah or someone speak to that and give me an update?
I'm happy to answer that question. I almost called you Vice Mayor, so I'm going to fix that and say Councilmember Shimoni. It is funded. It is something that we feel that we're able to do within our existing staff. And so there are a number of things that we do that you will see there isn't funding directly related with them. And that's because it's things that our staff is able to work on.
Okay, excellent. Dana, do you want to add something? Simer? Yeah.
Councilman, thank you, Dan Simer. Sarah's exactly right. From the housing plan point of view, the incentive for affordable housing incentive is funded from their point of view, although depending on how allocations work next year in the fiscal year, the zoning part of it may need additional funding for notification. So the staff time is there. Sarah's got her part on it, although the notification part is where I'm implying that. So.
Okay, great, thank you. And to Sarah Decter and company, congratulations, that's huge. I remember when our plan was being submitted to the international competition, and yeah, I'm in shock that we won that. Sarah, do you want to speak to that for a second?
Just thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Yes, it's I think they actually sent out a press release in December, but we're hoping to make a bigger deal of it. Again, it's a little weird when we're receiving awards that we accept over a computer, but we are looking forward to sharing a little more of a celebration on a future agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Before we go to Vice Mayor, Mr. Folk, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to address Councilmember Shimoni's question as well. We're definitely going to get the incentive policy work done for sure. There always is this kind of, as we go through a process, how much notification and how many public meetings do we need to do? And so that's kind of the unknown on the cost, but we're going to get it done. There's no question about it. And it will be before you sometime this calendar year.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Folk and team. Vice Mayor Daggett has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Dar, thank you very much for the presentation. I have a question about vouchers, and I'm wondering if the number of vouchers that we're allotted, if that's set by HUD, and how does a community get additional vouchers?
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the question. That's a wall I've beat my head on many times and have learned that it is a number established by HUD, and very, very, very rarely are new vouchers released, especially traditional Section 8 vouchers. We've had 333 vouchers for as long as I can remember, which is why we pounce on the opportunities when they surface, such as the Foster Youth Initiative vouchers, or the mainstream vouchers. The other group of vouchers are called special population vouchers. And sometimes we're able to secure additional VASH vouchers. I'm hoping that now we have our toe in the door with the mainstream vouchers, we may be able to secure more of those. But HUD has not done a new issuance of general Section 8 vouchers in my memory, which is only 20 years long at this point in time. So it's possible. But 333 is what we have.
Thank you.
Excellent. Council, do we have any further comments or questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much for the presentation. Extremely informative. And I just have to say, I really appreciate everyone not speaking in acronyms as much and really explaining. I think it's really great for the public's understanding and our new council members on understanding in my own. So I just want to mention I appreciate that. Oh, Councilmember Shimoni does have a question.
Sorry, Mayor, and sorry, Council. I realized that I was about to miss my opportunity to speak up on community development. First of all, I want to say thank you to the city manager for bringing the divisions in front of council. I think this is great. I think it's a great way to communicate and introduce us all, and it's very beneficial. So thank you, and then thank you to, again, Dan and your team. Great presentation and excellent staff we have, really, wow. Dan, I do have a couple questions and comments for you and the team. A few things. So obviously, NIMBYism is strong in Flagstaff, and our regional plan calls for density and infill, but yet there's that tension between the plan and how that looks when it comes down to building it in our communities. How do you recommend, I thought with a new regional plan outreach and discussion, we can kind of really hit this topic home and, really explain to the public, these aren't just ideas. This is the concept we're working towards, and changing that mindset and the culture from NIMBYism to YIMBYism. Do you have any thoughts on that, and maybe things that we can even do in the upcoming year?
Yeah, it's a really good question. We deal with NIMBYism no matter what the project is. Growth and development is just a very personal issue. People feel very strongly about their community. We've seen rapid change in the short time I've been in Flagstaff, right, which is alarming to folks in terms of the form of the building types we're seeing. Some of these very large building, multi-story that we didn't have before. And yeah, they're consistent with our planning documents. They're at locations where our long-range plan called for higher density. Our traditional conventional zoning codes have allowed 5 stories really since the 1970s. It's just that the demand for certain things just wasn't pushing it to that. And so we do have a new Transect code that did change in 2011. But yeah, you mentioned YIMBYs, and so yes, in my backyard, I think I don't have an answer to how you convince folks that this development is good or needed. I think you're always going to have folks who are just opposed to seeing things change. But we're definitely going to be working on public education. It's part of the housing emergency resolution that we do public education. And so when the ballot measure was on a couple years ago, I was very pleased to be part of that team that went around and talked at lunches and such. And Sarah and her team was doing it. And even though the ballot measure was not successful, the education that came out of that was invaluable. You know, we educated a lot of people in this community about not only the programs we already do in housing, but what the need is and why it's not just folks who don't want to work. I mean, we all know that. You can have a great job and still be in a lower income bracket in Flagstaff. And so we're just going to continue to do that public education. We're going to continue to promote projects that are consistent with our plan and our zoning. And I think this housing plan that we're going to present by September will have some other great strategies. So we just keep talking about it and advocating for what we believe our community wants and is in our general plan, the regional plan.
Okay, thank you. And I see Ms. Dar has, I think, a comment probably on this as well, if that's okay, Mayor.
Yeah, of course. Ms. Stark.
Mayor and Council, I wanted to add on a little bit to what Dan said. I do have some additional detail on that. What a YIMBY campaign looks like is education about the people in our community who would be eligible to live in affordable housing, or folks that need affordable housing. There's a campaign, a successful campaign out of Minnesota that had signs with pictures of teachers that said simple things like, she can teach your children, but she can't live next door, ? So there's some ideas surrounded on people. And then there's some ideas surrounding housing as community infrastructure. Without housing, roads and businesses and sidewalks and curbs and gutters aren't fully complete without housing for people to live in that utilize those other community amenities. And so there's a couple different directions that staff is examining in coming at these items with community education. It's something the Housing Commission is very interested in furthering, as well as you guys, with the Housing Emergency Declaration. And so in the coming months, we'll be back to you with a better outline of what that educational effort can look like.
That's great, thank you. My next question, Dan, is in regards to outreach. I'd love for us to kind of maybe have a discussion at the dais about an outreach plan. You know, I feel like we do a lot of outreach, and I'm so proud of the city's efforts to attempt to engage. But I at times feel like our outreach isn't the most effective, and that there might be a better way to do the outreach. And you know, instead of having 5 to 15 people at the meeting, we can shoot for 50 to 65, right? And we can kind of really hit that sweet spot of really hosting an event that has a incredible outreach. And I know there's a ripple effect even of the small meetings, and I see value there too. But I'm just thinking, you know, can we get creative? Can we think outside the box? Just to share one quick idea, you know, maybe we can partner with local restaurants, local churches, different like locations that are hotspots in different communities to do some intentional outreach into certain neighborhoods and certain communities, and partnering during peak times, so that we're not trying to reinvent the wheel, but we're working with a system that's already popular. You know, I think the whole cash mob thing that's kind of going around in the community is great. And maybe we can even do like a cash mob-esque town hall at different restaurants and locations, bringing attention to local business and also the message we're looking to share. So maybe on that February 9th, I believe it was, or at some future date, maybe we'll bring Sarah and company back or you back, Dan, and I'd love to have council talk about what a outreach plan looks like and the plan that we currently have, and see if there's room for improvement. I believe we can do better, and I'd like to help with that. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, no, we absolutely would welcome your participation and ideas on how to do outreach. We do a wide range of outreach for different reasons and purposes, right? Some are just mandated because it's a rezoning, like a neighborhood meeting. Sometimes we're working on a community plan, and that's a very different type of meeting. And so depending on the type, I think we have realized that, yeah, different technologies, different methods work better. Something we've learned in the last year is that we've actually had really good participation for some of these virtual neighborhood meetings. Now, we understand it's not the same as being in person and standing in front of a board and interacting with somebody and looking at a project up on an easel. But the fact is we've had incredible numbers for some of these. And so I think we need to continue to offer different ways to participate, right? It's a lot easier to log on from your couch than to get in the car, especially on a night like tonight, and drive down to City Hall. And so I think we just need to identify where that can be effective. But yeah, we'll definitely welcome your ideas on how we can always improve our outreach, just keeping in mind what the purpose is, what's the goal of it, right? And then we design the appropriate process.
That'd be great. And maybe we'll set up a meeting and just kind of have some initial conversations. My last comment is in regards to participatory budgeting. And Dan, you and I have talked about this. And I'm just wondering, do you think, I don't know if it falls under you and your department or under Shane, our deputy city manager in the priority-based budgeting group, or our city manager, but do you think that we could integrate some kind of, amount, let's just say $50,000, that the community can vote on and determine how we spend it in this upcoming budget cycle? I know we're going to get into budget conversations very shortly, but is that your department? Is that community development?
Well, no, every division, everyone's involved in priority-based budgeting and building the model and doing all the input and then all the scoring and ranking. But no, I think it was out of one of those PBB meetings where I think that's where I saw the example of, direct community budgeting, right? Here's a pot of money. Let your community decide what to do with it. And I don't remember if it was at the PBB session I heard about that or if it was at a planning session. But yeah, it's something I think would be really intriguing to look into, but it's not specifically community development.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Sweet, Deputy City Manager Dilly, did you have a comment in regards to Council Member Shimoni's questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for that last question, Councilmember Shimoni. The concept of public budgeting, community budgeting, is out there, and it's alive and well. And I think as we go through our upcoming budget process, not only as a council but as an organization, staff working with council, there's going to be opportunities for the council to dialogue on those types of ideas and how PBB might weigh in on helping those decisions along the way. So I appreciate the idea, and certainly there's a role to play for PBB in that process, but it's a discussion for a future meeting with council as we get into the budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dilly. Councilmember Sweet has a comment.
I wanted to first off thank you all for the presentation. I found it very helpful, and also a big congratulations to Sarah and the team. I did attend a lot of those Southside Community Plan meetings and was blown away with just the outreach that was involved with that. So congrats. And to piggyback on Council Member Shimoni's question about how to better outreach with the community, I attend the BPAC Commission meetings, and they were brainstorming on creative ways to engage the community. That might be another resource to look into for some alternative ideas. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you all for the very informative discussion, and I think it is time to take a little bit of a break. Let's go for 15 minutes. So I'm looking at 5:37 p.m. Let's reconvene. Thank you. All right, we are back here to agenda item number 9, which is the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget orientation for the Engineering and Capital Improvements Division and the Active Capital Projects presentation featuring the Rio de Flag Flood Control Project. I'll start with my apologies. I have jumped the gun. I get too excited about all the wonderful things we're talking about. My apologies. So we're actually on agenda item number 8, and that's the update to the Comprehensive Neighborhood Planning and Zoning and Subdivision Code Work programs. I understand we have 3 public comments on this, but I will start with the presentation, followed by public participation, followed by council questions and discussion. So, yeah, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor DC. I'm really glad I do not have to present on the next item. I'm not prepared for that one. So the Comprehensive Planning Program and the Zoning Code Manager Program for the last 6 or so years has done an annual update on our work priorities for council. Throughout the year, council regularly receives requests for work to be added to our program of work or to be prioritized within our program of work. And we find this annual update helps council be prepared for those future discussions, as well as helping our staff be ready to engage the work and have clear direction for the community. I'm Sarah Dector. I'm the Comprehensive Planning Manager. And then Dan Seimer, who is sharing his screen and may want to turn his camera on momentarily, is the Zoning Code Manager.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to switch over to the thing to share. So I am Dan Seimer. I'm the Zoning Code Manager.
So our work session objectives today for council are to increase your familiarity with our program and our job duties, since there's quite a bit that kind of falls into our staff's realm, and to review the plans and projects that are already underway and those that may start in the next year or 2, and to receive feedback from council on the program priorities. Next slide. We'll go through this in the order of talking about comprehensive planning and leaving some time for questions and direction, and then discussing the zoning code and subdivision code work, followed by some question and directions. But if at any time there's always a little bleed between these 2 conversations of what is zoning code work and what is regional plan level work, and so we're glad to make sure that's clear as we go through the process of discussing this work with you. Next slide. So first up, we're going to talk about the Comprehensive Planning Program, which really, next slide please, all falls underneath the umbrella of the regional plan. So the regional plan is our city's general plan, and it is also the county's area plan for the Metropolitan Planning Organization area, or Metro Plans area. That goes out to Donny Park, Kachina Village, Fort Valley, and Belmont, really, which are sort of the the county communities that are bedroom communities to Flagstaff. So our geographic area is more than just the footprint of the city of Flagstaff. We also keep that document up to date. As you saw in the previous slides, we do in the previous presentation, there's a lot of work in keeping that document up to date. There's new issues that arise. We're going to be talking later about the regional plan update, which is a mandatory work that's required every 10 years to send the regional plan, or really our general plan, back to voters. There's definitely issues that have arisen in the last few years. Our current regional plan doesn't talk about public health. It doesn't have a section on equity. Its sustainability section is sort of a little diffused. So there's a lot of issues that we know as a city we will want to do large update work to get the document ready for the next 10 years. We also do neighborhood planning and heritage preservation, which we've talked about. And those intergovernmental coordination work has been very heavy last year. We largely were working on the census throughout 2020 and even in 2019 and 2018. So these percentages you see are our kind of prediction for what we think that work allocation is going to look like in 2021 and 2022. In previous years, there was more work in intergovernmental coordination or more in public participation. And so we sort of have to balance what's going on in these buckets with the staff that we have, which is myself, the neighborhood planner, heritage preservation officer, Mark Revis, and a vacant position that we're trying to fill right now for the associate planner. Next slide. So our recommended work priorities for comprehensive planning are they're set a little differently than the zoning code and subdivision work. So you'll see a slide like this with slightly different information when we get to Dan's portion of the presentation. There is work that is required by state law. That's our regional plan update. There's also previous council direction that we are pretty far into executing that's ongoing. There is availability of resources. So some projects can be funded by grants or by the budget of other departments, or there's leverage we can do with partners. And we're always looking for how to create those synergies with other work and other agencies. There's also the staff capacity within the program. Sorry, Dan, we lost the presentation there.
Sorry about that. Let me see if I can get back. Okay. Don't touch the computer. Go ahead, Sarah. Thank you.
We're not seeing the slide yet.
Still not seeing it. All right, let me see here. All right, let me try that again.
Just came up, Dan. Thank you.
Got it.
It's a night of technical difficulties for many of us, so thanks very much for your patience. So there's also time sensitivity and sequencing with other projects. So there are times where the thing we need to do is really figure out a plan or the bigger picture of things to get work done effectively. And there are times where it needs to be done a little quicker, or it needs to be done in a different way or by a different agency. And so those are always sort of pieces of it. Should we let Mountain Line update their 5-year plan before we do this other planning effort? So we're always kind of talking to our partners and making sure that the sequence of planning efforts makes sense and gets us to the best situation of how we discuss those topics with the community. There's also readiness of our community partners to participate. The Southside Plan is a really good example. We started talking to the Southside Community Association about their community plan almost 1.5 years before we actually started doing the work with the public in the neighborhood and in the Murdoch Center. And that was because they needed time to think about what organizationally they wanted to do, what their partnerships looked like, what capacity they had, what volunteers they wanted to bring to the process. And so we have to do pre-work for some of these projects. We can't just go out and hold a public meeting and get started with a neighborhood plan. There's a lot of background work that goes on before you see that launched first public meeting. So next slide, please. So our recommended work plan priorities, you'll see on the screen a very brief summary of them, but in your packet, you'll find a document called the 2021 Comprehensive and Neighborhood Planning Work Program Prioritization Summary, which you'll find is a landscape document. That'll probably help if you're trying to scroll through your packet right now. And on this document, we give you much more detail about what if any of these projects are mandatory, how much interest is there from the public in participating in them, how do they fit in with your PBB priorities, what's the strategy we're thinking of for the project in terms of should staff be leading it or should be done in some other way, and then proposed timelines. So I want to talk about our Tier 1 work because some of it is underway and some of it is yet to be started but important. So the John Wesley Powell specific plan is a project that is currently being led by the capital engineering staff, and it started in engineering because we really needed to figure out a road alignment to provide secondary access throughout the area for the John Wesley Powell and South 4th Street extension connection. We're actually holding a first public meeting this week on Thursday with the property owners who are not the big developers, but the people who own 5 or 10 acres and have a house out in this area, so we can have some very direct conversations with them. We've been working on this project actually for the last 2 years because there was so much technical and refinement work needed to be able to even have enough information to have a meaningful conversation with the public. And I'm very grateful to David Peterson and Brett Peterson, who have been helping lead that effort on the engineering side. So that project is being funded out of work that out of the tax question and capital engineering budget, but my staff is the co-lead on it, and we will be kind of working on different phases of leading the project while engineering will be leading other parts. The Thorpe Park Annex is a project that's actually being led by Rebecca Sayers and Amy Hagan in the Parks and Recreation group. However, our staff is providing 2 main roles to this project. I am helping provide public participation expertise and support, and Mark Revis, our Heritage Preservation Officer, he is also an architect, and so he's going to be providing architectural and design support, as well as heritage preservation, because there's a large historic building that was the Fleet Services building since the 1940s on that site. And so we have roles that are very active in that project. So while it shows up as a tier 1 for us, it may fit differently into the program and priorities of the Parks and Recreation group. And that is a really key point on how we look at these tiers, which is that we all have to be aligned. If the Parks and Recreation priorities are lower than the way we're setting up our priorities for comprehensive planning, we need to figure out how to balance those 2 things. Sometimes that means that there are pauses in some of these projects. So for instance, a project in the past that we have done in the past, for example, had a staff that was supposed to be co-leading it that was at 50% capacity for their staffing. They couldn't really jump in and lead a long-range planning project, so a project got backburnered for a year, and then we were eventually able to pick it up again when their staff was back at full capacity. So those kinds of things happen, and why the tier 1 might look really full is because there's always kind of slowdowns and pickups. The teams for these long-range projects are quite big. They can be 35 or more members of the city staff that are all participating in these long-range plans in some way. Another item in the tier 1 group is the 2020 census count question appeal. This is an ongoing part of the work of the Flagstaff and Coconino County Complete Count Committee. While the committee largely was focused on outreach and remarketing and more outreach in 2020, and we worked very hard at that, the data is now being crunched by the census, and they're out doing quality control work. That work is behind schedule. And so we do not know when the count question appeal is going to be available, but we will have a short period of 30 to 60 days to examine the census data for Flagstaff and Coconino County and to return to the census an appeal if we think the count is inaccurate. So when that count question appeal comes, it's kind of like a stop work on everything else for my staff. For my staff and city GIS and the county GIS, we are all going to have to dive into that data and spend 60 days working on it as hard as we can to try and turn around a recommendation of whether or not we should be appealing either the way questions are examined in the 2020 census or if our count is off. So that's an example of kind of work that's urgent, but I can't get started on it yet. And also the criteria for count question appeal may be changing before the appeal period is opened. Another piece we kind of have to keep an eye on. The regional plan update is a very large project, which we will discuss in much more detail later on with council. But it is required every 10 years that we send the regional plan or general plan back to the voters. The last time we did it, it took approximately 5 years from the first public meeting to the ballot initiative. That was a very long time. We actually did a whole bunch of after action reviews with people who had been involved, and public participation fatigue was a real concern that they had. They said, I am just tired of this project. I wish it were done. And so when we come back with recommendations on how we think we can approach this differently in our next effort, we will be talking about that. We will also be talking about equity and representation in the issue. So it was a good thing you had the survey presentation earlier from diversity and inclusion, because I think that will be a very big part of what we talk about with our approach to the regional plan update. The fifth item is actually a grant-funded item. The Southside Historic District was established in 2011, and it is already 10 years old, which is like a blink in historic preservation, but there is not inclusion in that district of Flagstaff civil rights era history because the buildings that are tied to that were not all 50 years old at the time that the district was established. So now there are many buildings in the South Side that tie to African American civil rights history, which is an area of very interested grant funding from the National Park Service that we have a grant from SHPO to re-examine and see if they are worthy of being included in the district. If they are, there is capital money available at the federal level to fund improvements on those buildings for the private property owners. And so we have right now hired one of 2 historic preservation aides who will be helping us until October 2021 to do that paperwork. And that paperwork exercise opens up a very big stream of funding for property owners in the South Side that is not available to them unless the city or some private researcher leads the work that we are interested in item E. So that's all I was going to talk about. There's lots of things in the other tiers that we can go into if you want to as part of questions. But next slide, please. So our direction that we're looking for in terms of comprehensive planning tonight is, are there any projects the City Council would like to reprioritize? And if so, which tier or how should we reprioritize? Is there anything that's not on the comprehensive planning list that should be added? And are there any questions or concerns about the project scope and approach that's described in our summary here? With a side note that on March 16th, we will be back for a much more in-depth discussion of the regional plan update. We've just barely touched how much we have to talk about in terms of getting that project off the ground and the kind of direction we'd like from council. But it's another good note is that remembering that the pace of work in comprehensive and neighborhood planning is directly tied to the workload of the zoning code program. We assist with implementing zoning code amendments that come from our work. And likewise, I always say I create work and then I put it on Dan's desk. So the Southside plan has zoning code changes that get put in Dan's queue once we complete a plan and it's adopted by council. So remember that there's kind of a throughput in terms of what we assign to comprehensive and neighborhood planning and what ends up on the zoning code and subdivision code update list. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Dichter. I'll hold off on council's discussion here unless there's a technical question and take the public participants. And I'm not seeing anything in the comment box, so Ms. Fobar, if you would like to get the public participants in the line, that would be great.
Ms. Drum, do you have the first one?
Yes, my apologies. I'm talking to you all with my mute on. Tyler, you can feel free to comment now.
Sorry, I had to mute where I was listening in on the internet. This is Tyler Denham. I was thinking this seems like a good opportunity for the City Council to honor its commitments from the Affordable Housing Emergency Resolution and the Climate Emergency Declaration. City Council should prioritize projects that increase the stock of dense, affordable housing in the city close to amenities and deprioritize anti-housing projects. This will reduce Flagstaff residents' reliance on cars, which is one of the largest sources of greenhouse gases, reduce development pressure on the forests on the periphery of town, and bring down sky-high housing costs. And I actually wrote an email with some of my thoughts on the specific projects. Just a quick run through of those. The high occupancy housing zoning code amendment is packed with anti-housing measures that will seriously undermine the current council's efforts on housing and climate change. The amendment should be revisited to find ways to achieve its original aims without the anti-housing measures. Project C, any effort to make the development of housing more economically feasible is a win in my book. Project D, it's It's hard to overstate just how silly and contrary to the council's other priorities this project is. It's the one about the height limitations around town. In the middle of a housing affordability crisis, you're going to ban the most affordable form of housing. In the middle of a climate crisis, you're going to ban the form of housing with the smallest environmental impact and push development to the periphery of town, raising who knows how many acres of forest and forcing residents to drive everywhere. It's just crazy. Deprioritize or scrap this project entirely. And finally, I know there was a lot of projects listed that had to do with simplification. Flagstaff's zoning code. I think that's a great priority for the upcoming 2021 work program. The complexity of the zoning code itself can be a barrier to housing. And a simplification of the zoning code is a good opportunity to increase civic engagement. It's hard for residents to be civically engaged with a document that takes days to read through. And final comments, I know a lot of the work that's upcoming has to do with the regional plan update. I really, really hope that in the outreach around that, that outreach ends up being more representative of people who are not property owners. I know that these people are less politically engaged and harder to get a hold of, but they actually make up the majority of Flagstaff's residents. The City Council's mission statement is to, quote, protect and enhance the quality of life for all. The prior regional plan, it feels like it only really protected and
Tyler, I'm sorry, but you're
existing property owners.
I'm sorry, but you're out of town. Time.
Oh, Mayor, you're muted.
And we're having a lot of trouble with that today, aren't we? Thank you, Tyler. Council, do we have any questions for this public participant? All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate the commentary, and we will move on to the next public participant.
Mr. Best, you can go ahead and give your comments now.
Thank you very much, and good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Congratulations to all who are elected or re-elected. I'm talking tonight representing the Conservation Study Forum, which is a group of land managers and scientists and interested citizens who've been working on getting conservation values into Flagstaff area plans, including county plans, for the last 20 years, starting back with open space and greenways back around 2000, even before that. We've worked on the regional plan, both regional plans, and climate action and adaptation plan. Back in early 2017, we identified 4 conservation assets that we thought were well represented in the regional plan, but not well represented in the city zoning code. And as you know, the zoning code is where the rubber meets the road. So we identified them and brought them to the city's attention. They are seeps and springs, wildlife corridors, rock outcroppings, and prairie dog colonies. We petitioned council in late in 2017, and council directed staff to try to incorporate these into the zoning code. That was 3 years ago. We understand completely how busy the zoning folks are. There have been vacancies. There have been a lot of important projects. HOH comes to mind. But 3 years is a long time, and we feel that balancing the development and conservation aspects that are in the regional plan is extremely important. Doesn't mean you can't do things. It just means that you have to recognize these conservation values and balance them with other values. We have met with Dan Seimer many times since then. These items are on the agenda in this work program, and the ask is simply that they make it through this year. He's got them on the work program for this year. I know there are many, many competing issues, but this is something that's been going on for a long time, and we would love to see these integrated into the zoning ordinance. And that's it, if there are no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Best. Council, do we have any questions or comments? Well, thank you, Mr. Best, and we will move on to our next public participant.
Mr. Hayward, you can go ahead and give your comments now.
My name is David Haywood. I am the chair of the Heritage Preservation Commission for the City of Flagstaff, but I am here. I'm not speaking on behalf of the commission at this point. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to everyone who's been referenced in the prior parts of the meeting. I work with a lot of those folks, and we as a city are very lucky to have them. Again, I think it was the absolute right move to move heritage preservation into its position where it is now, and we are taking steps in the right direction. But as I've discussed with several of you, the loss of the David Babbitt House, which we are seeing, and obviously, the increasing development pressure that we're experiencing on our historic districts, is bringing heritage preservation to this sort of, this crisis point. We have, it would appear, a serious shortcoming in our zoning code that doesn't prohibit the demolition of historic structures. That was something that was raised in an in-person meeting that several of you heard. And I have been asking staff, and I'm here asking you guys today, to make it a priority to look at that specific provision and see how we can incorporate it into any zoning code updates that are on the work list for today. Staff can address this further as we get more information, but we do believe we will have access to some state funding, or we're likely to have access to some state funding to help cover some of the costs of that. And then obviously, I am willing to help with that, and ask our other commission members to will if they're willing to help with that process. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hayward. Councilmember Shimoni has a question.
I'm sorry, he hung up. I can try to call him back again if you'd like.
Yes, please. We have a couple questions here.
Hold on one moment.
City Manager Clifton does have a comment, if you'd like to comment while we're waiting.
Indeed, and thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. While we're waiting for the gentleman to get back on the phone, I just want to remind the Council that we're not quite through with the presentation this evening. We have Dan Seimer queued up to talk about zoning priorities, what is currently on the working calendar for community development. That is going to very much inform the discussion that I think has been underlying both the comments made publicly thus far and possibly with the next one as well. So I just wanted to make mention of that. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, City Manager. Ms. Drum has the speaker back on the line, and I'll start with a question from Councilmember Shimoni, followed by Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Hayward, for your public comment and your service to our commission and work to preserve our historic properties. My question is a couple things. You had, I believe you mentioned to me, or I heard you say at one point that that you felt that the communication regarding the Babbitt House was a little bit late coming to the commission. Is that accurate on my part?
I would say, given where we've got to it in the process, I think that's accurate. I do think it's fair also to say that it's improving. Right, what I mentioned previously with, the departmental changes have really integrated preservation much more strongly into, the IDS process, right, the internal review process. So we're seeing those things a lot earlier. But yeah, we rely on staff to kind of, to bring these things to our attention. And also it depends on who's there on the commission, whether you've got folks who are interested in, to pushing this agenda outside of our specific legal oversight of the preservation code.
So thank you for that. And my comment to staff, I think, would just be that maybe when we have something regarding historical preservation or something that might, a historical home that might be at risk, maybe we just send a quick email out to the Historical Preservation Commission just to give them a heads up at our soonest convenience ability. And then, Mr. Hayward, my other question is, when you're talking about, the priorities and the additional funding and your support, you're talking about the heritage preservation topic, right?
Yeah, so I would say this is this is an issue that's new as of Friday at 11 o'clock, right? So it's not necessarily shown in Sarah and Dan's carefully prepared work product, but the issue simply brought up to us by SHPO was that many, if not the majority, of the certified local governments that they oversee in the state of Arizona have some, if not outright, prohibitions on the demolition of historic properties as part of their heritage preservation code, and that Flagstaff is sorely lacking in not having that. It's making moves on adding a provision of that sort, and those types of reforms to our heritage preservation code, is realistically the only thing that is going to prevent what we've seen happen with the David Babbitt House from happening again.
Mr. Hayward, I guess I'm a little confused. I thought that the topic, I thought there might be, you talked about funding opportunities. Is that also in connection to the heritage preservation?
Yeah, the funding opportunities, the State Heritage Preservation Office provides grants for the local governments to make updates to their code. Sarah had mentioned one of those previously. Part of, I believe, part of the funding for some of those other work products came from that. And there's, potentially an opportunity to get some to address this particular issue of updating the zoning code to strengthen prohibitions against demolition of historic properties.
And repair, right?
Good.
What's that?
I didn't hear that last question.
I said and repair, not just preserve, but repair.
We have, to preserve and rehabilitate, right? So, the idea is that you have a situation similar to the David Babbitt House like you have here, or if it was in another jurisdiction, the Frank Lloyd Wright House that you had in Phoenix, that either a stay or a specific prohibition against demolishing those structures that effectively requires the owner of those buildings or developer of that property to work to rehabilitate that structure and incorporate it into their development plans, as opposed to landfill and building something else on top of the land.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Aslan has a question as well.
Yeah, David, thank you so much for your service to our community and bringing your expertise and knowledge to the Heritage Preservation Commission. Really appreciate your work and your sharing of your gifts. So Councilmember Shimoni covered most of the questions I was going to ask you. I do think it's valuable to have you on the line with us right now, given your insight and expertise on these things. So I'll just kind of ask you an open-ended question, and you don't have to answer this, David, but if there's anything you want to add, now's your chance to do so. In addition to what we've just been discussing, is there anything else that you would like to see happen that we, if we had done several years ago, would have prevented the loss of the David Babbitt House?
Thank you, Austin. I'd say I would thank you for a very difficult question.
Mr.
Can you guys hear?
No, I'm not hearing anything on my end.
We did not hear anything.
We lost you entirely. You never had a chance to answer the question. If you could start over.
David.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
A little bit, yes. Still having troubles hearing you.
You can pause for one moment. I'm going to switch to my hotspot.
Okay.
Thank you, Jessica, because you're breaking up too. I'm thinking the issue might be the internet at your house.
Mayor, thank you for indulging this little pause here. Very interested to hear what he has to say if he has any comments.
All right, I think we are back.
Mayor, Council, can you hear me now?
Just one second. Mayor was muted. There we go.
Oh, yes. Yes, we hear you better now. So, right ahead.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for and also not thank you for the very difficult question, Councilmember Hassan. I think the simplest answer is that public leaders do set the priorities for staff. They are asking you to set those priorities now. And in so much as we have seen previous priorities, potentially we're saying that let's get affordable housing no matter what. And the feeling was that if this property was lost because of that, then be that what it may. So I think that if I was to say what could have been done several years ago to help with this, it would have been support from you guys there on the dais saying that this is an issue that matters for the long-term character of our city. I understand completely that there's a ton of strings pulling everyone in a bunch of different directions, and you guys have heard from me before on the housing affordability. I think that is our number one issue, but I think it's a matter of balance. And unfortunately for all of you, you guys are the ones who end up deciding when it comes to distributing a limited pot of money and a limited pot of time, and the resources of staff of which priorities to address. You make those tough decisions, and I just hope that this is one of the priorities that we address. So thank you.
Thank you, David. One more question, since we have you on the line. What are your thoughts on the relationship between preservation of historic buildings and our climate goals and our adaptation plan of going carbon neutral in the next decade?
Yeah, thank you. I think that's pretty well established and recognized benefit adaptive reuse of structures. That you're reusing. I mean, it's reduce, reuse, recycle, right? You're reusing buildings. So that's an obvious a point there. I think again, on the flip side of that, there's the balance, and we mentioned earlier that the density is such an important part of achieving sustainability, getting people out of their cars. And our historic districts are the ones that are right downtown. So you are potentially, looking at in cases where there can be conflicts between those two issues. But I think there's no doubt, that reusing a building that's been there for 100 years and is often built from the first round of logging that we did in our town. It has less environmental impact than shipping lumber down from Canada or glass from China.
Thank you, Mr. Haworth. Council, do we have any further questions or comments? All right, well, I'll turn it back here to the city staff's presentation. My apologies if this affected the flow of the presentation. I just want to make sure that we get the public commentary before the council begins discussing on it. So I will turn it back to the staff presentation. If we could take a look at the PowerPoint. Oh, Mr. Slimer, you're on mute.
Turn the camera, but not the king. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council, and thank you, Sarah, for a great introduction to the presentation today. As I switch over to the screens, the next part of our presentation is about the zoning code program, which also is encompassing of the subdivision code. So it's both zoning code and subdivision. Subdivision is kind of one of those things that we don't think about very often, but it's part of my responsibilities. Back to the graphic that's Tiffany presented earlier. So I'm not going to hit a lot of the high detail information on this since we've already discussed it, but I do want to look at the allocations of time. Approximately 25% of my time is addressing all other mantra of issues that are items that come up. I do support comprehensive planning and current planning and code enforcement. As Sarah's projects become more closer to finish, I'm actively out there with her and ensuring that those documents have implementation tasks that can be implemented through the zoning code or through an appropriate document. In addition, whether or not that it's an appropriate modification for the zoning code. For a long period of time, one of the reasons why the zoning code is such large is, in my opinion, and if you look at it, it's been a dumping ground for many, many things. You're going to see some modifications coming forward over the next year that will be eliminating some of those things as those programs become more astute to their own program. But also, I call this the upside down pyramid because the regional plan really is our basis for all we do, and our codes are our top part in the implementation. So I always call it the upside down pyramid, but that's where we're at. As it pertains to the zoning code and subdivision work program, we have a bunch of things that affect how my work is delegated throughout the year. And this year we do have a couple of those state mandated projects that have now been put into priority. In years past, more recently, we've had court decisions. A good example is the Gilbert sign case that allocated the staff's time in updating that code. But also there's previous council direction, and these all kind of interplay with that management of stuff that needs to happen. You know, the first 2 years that I was here, the first year and a half, we spent most of my time on just fixing stuff in the code that needed to be fixed so that we can use it and implement it in an efficient manner. And then it was clear. And of course, available resources. I'm a staff of one, and I'm spread apart across many things. So we do have some contract money set aside right now, although because of our budget issues, that money is being held. And of course, just priorities. My peer program is very similar to Sarah's. As Tiffany indicated, our zoning code, when I first got here, was close to 1,100 pages. And through just a reformatting, we brought it down to about just under 1,000. Right now, we're at 921 pages in the code, and that had to do with reformatting and the 6 amendments that we've gone through. So we are slowly whittling away. It is my objective to get the code smaller. It does not need to be the size it is. In fact, we could take out at least 200 pages and nobody would notice. But on the flip side of that, the programs that have been coming forward add to the zoning code. High occupancy housing added new provisions to the zoning code. A recent amendment that we're working on, just so that it's clear and simple to use, is adding a quarter of a paragraph or a quarter of a page to the document. But with that said, we have these tiers. So we have tier 1, which is our urgent. These are projects that, as I indicated earlier, are those that we need to address urgently. The state mandated changes or a state proposition passed, such as the Smart and Safe Act, which is the recreational marijuana. Our tier 2 are those programs that council has prioritized or we've had citizen initiatives to implement, but they have been pushed back because of other priorities and other objectives, either previous council direction or, again, as I said, the state mandated. And tier 3, this is the tier where staff has put a majority of the projects that we would like done that need to be done, just so that we have an efficient zoning and subdivision code. There's projects in here that help with implementation, although we heard about the Heritage Preservation Code just a little short while ago. It's redundant and repetitive throughout, and there's a couple conflicts, and as more recently has some issues that need to be addressed. And finally, we have the delayed. These are things that we are able to manage currently, and maybe the best way to implement the zoning code, either from a state law perspective or from the code itself. Or there are future projects such as the high occupancy housing part 2 and 3. The time frame on those projects in the adopted plan is 2023. So obviously, we're going to be recommending that we delay that into another fiscal year. And there are other items that are in this list that are not necessarily implementation issues or concerns that we have, but are nice to have. So I'll kind of hit on the tier 1 to start with. Of course, we just met a few weeks ago on the Smart and Final's a grocery store. Smart and Safe Act, which is the recreational marijuana. They are taking applications right now. And those licenses are going to be issued sometime soon. So we do need to address that code provision. We have the high occupancy housing plan that was adopted last year. In the write-up, which is a very extensive write-up and more detail about each one of these programs that was attached to the report, there was a part 1 that was adopted in November, but then there's a part 1A, and that has to do with the last-minute revision that was added to the amendment that after staff's analysis of it, after the code was adopted, there are issues that we need to address, and we'll be coming back to you next month, I think in October or March, to discuss alternatives, how to implement the council's direction at that time, and to achieve the intent. The affordable housing incentives, and I also refer to it as IPA, which is the incentives for providing affordable housing, also known as IPA. It's the only acronym I'll be using, probably not using it anymore, but if you hear it, it's the incentive policy for providing affordable housing. And the 45-foot building height, this is a recommendation that came out of the high occupancy housing plan. We were running down the road with moving with implementation. We've had over 526 comments on this recommendation and the recommendation that staff has provided the council, although council has provided additional direction to go out and do some more public outreach. We have costed that public outreach, and we will be coming back to council either in March or April to discuss, how you would like to proceed, because it is a costly outreach. And then finally is the outdoor lighting. This comes from the JLOS, which is the Joint Urban Land Use Study, JLOS, if I remember correctly. But it's a study of the county and the city's outdoor lighting as it pertains to the observatories. This is a big economic driver for the city. Tiffany indicated earlier that we've taken a very active enforcement, and we've eliminated over 1 million lumens this past year, and I can guarantee you that's probably going to be higher next year. The code does need to be updated to address the Joint Urban Land Use Study plan. The code amendment has been written, although like many projects, there's a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? A lot of people involved that have personal, they love their personal element, and you have to work them through this. We're not intending to loosen up the code in any ways. There are a lot of conflicts throughout the zoning code, and this is actually one of those that has the most significant amount. And we just have to take a very methodical step to this process. I'm going to be restarting that process this February. We did start it last February, although because of COVID and the ability to communicate with the naval base was significantly restricted until the end of end of August and September. They were not allowed to communicate via Microsoft Teams or Zoom. So the project just essentially got put on hold. And at that time, I was hot in the middle of finishing up the high occupancy housing. And I have made a commitment to them that I'll be bringing this one forward. The next level of tier is the tier 2. And I'm not going to kind of get into this very much, but the first couple ones are fairly easy. You're going to see some amendments coming forward that are related to affordable housing here relatively quickly that we can address and help incentivize some affordable housing projects. One is about amended standards, or I call them modified standards, and accessory dwelling units. But when it comes to tier 2, as those tier 1 projects drop off, I'll be recommending that we shift over to tier 2. We had public comment on the Prairie Dog Springs wildlife corridors. That is letter H on this list. It is in there on the work program. Potentially, I can get to it about this time next year, depending on how the progression of the affordable housing incentives and that policy document goes. We are scheduled a very aggressive schedule through the end of the year with that program. So it is potential that we could start these other projects within the next fiscal year. Plaza Vieja, on the other hand, Sarah and I have talked about it. It is heavily reliant on the historic preservation officer because it is a character plan, which is a form of design overlay, but it isn't quite a historic overlay. So it's kind of that hybrid thing. And of course, we just got the Southside implementation plan, the Southside plan adopted, and it has its implementation tasks. And the transect zones was a funded project, like I said earlier, but has been delayed for two reasons. One, the South Side Plan made significant changes to the direction of where the transect zones are and how they're affecting that area and the recommendations. The second one is, actually three, more recent is some of the recommendations coming out of the downtown plan, which are good recommendations, although you don't want to get ahead of that until they finish. And the third is that it is a contract funded project. We have already, Tiffany and I spent about 3 months last year at this time going out and remapping those zones, and we're fairly confident with where those should be and how they should be affected, although we do need to go out and actually test the standards to make sure they apply and they're adequately applied. And the rest of the programs are very high level detail. I can answer any questions regarding those, but there are details in the attached report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. But like Sarah's projects, we're looking for a direction from the council if they would like to reprioritize any of those projects, any questions on how we prioritize them. Do you want to add to this list? And are there any concerns or questions about the scope? And as Sarah said, her load, as she finished up a project, you know, it kind of, the can comes over to mine, it gets set in my office, and now I have to work with it. Though I rely heavily on a lot of staff, just like she does. Current planning is involved from, you know, they got to implement this stuff, and you got to make sure it is. And as I said, you know, there's a whole list in that tier 4 that we can do, and that delay that we can significantly shorten up the zoning code, but they're not pertinent. They're not in this, you know, the code's moving, we can do it, but they're done as time. And those projects, just so you know, as I'm waiting for other projects that are on the priority tiers, the tier 1, tier 2 are moving forward, or they may be out for public comment. There may be other issues. I'm working on those, but they're holding back. You know, I may get a week or two to work on it, then it sits for a month or two. So I'll be happy to answer questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Seimer. Council, do we have questions, comments here? Oh, we do have Councilmember Aslan with a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, great presentation. Is that Rainbow Falls behind you?
It is Rainbow Falls.
Yeah, I drove by there every day for a year.
That's one of my one of my favorite spots.
Awesome. Yeah, I wanted to jump right in and make sure that we maintain in our tier 1 of priorities the joint land use study and the lighting stuff. In particular, I think it would be really important for us to keep the outdoor lighting amendment as limited to what the 3 edits were that council requested previously. You know, and the reason that's there on tier 1, and it is urgent, just as a little primer for newer council members. You know, there's the economic driver that dark skies creates, and there's also the critical function that our dark sky up here provides for national security and our naval observatory. And the requests to keep those amendments simple and related back to what we've already talked about are really important. And you know, if nothing else, in terms of the expediency of the critical mission that the Naval Observatory has, and just wanted to hear your thoughts on that, if you could, real quick. I noticed the tension you brought to that part of the conversation a little bit earlier, but if you could just reassure me that we're going to keep those amendments pretty straightforward according to our previous conversations, that'd be great.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, the objective of that program is to maintain the the lighting, outdoor lighting in Tier 1. My objective now is, because of the amount that needs to be done, not just from a staff implementation and desire to need for enforceability, is to focus primarily on the JLOS, or the Joint Urban Land Study recommendations. And the first set of amendments that you're going to be seeing, I'm going to be breaking it up, hopefully in a minimum of 3. But the very first one that I'm going to focus on is just the lighting levels. Those are the biggest things that, according to the Joint Urban Land Use Study, is their biggest target. We do have to have some discussions on that and how to implement it. It's just a matter of time. And we're going to start that again next month. And assuming that we have agreement that we can do it in bits and pieces, which I think we do. At least I have that commitment from the Naval Base, that they're geared toward that. My most recent discussion as of last week, they're on board with that. And it's always interesting when you're talking to the Naval Base, because they have their objectives, and that's what their goal is. So that is why it's still on Tier 1.
Thank you very much.
All right, Councilmember McCarthy has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess my thought is, are we asking the right question? The question we've been asked is, should we change the priority order on these things? And I guess I'll ask the question to Dan Folk. Is it really an issue that we need more manpower to get these things done? Waiting another year for something that was, put before us a year ago or whatever doesn't make sense. Now, I don't know if that's an issue of you're trying to hire people, but you can't find qualified people, or if it's a budget issue that we will be talking about next week or whatever. But, and I'm thinking back to my very first council meeting 5 years ago. Council set some priorities on getting some zoning code changes implemented, and it took a full year to do what seemed to be fairly simple. And of course, I'm smart enough to know that what seems simple really isn't. It's always way more complicated than it seems. But my basic question is, maybe we need more staff working on these things so that we can get them moving along a little quicker and not have a situation where some of them have to wait a year or two. So that's my question. Thank you.
Hi, good evening again, Mayor and council members. This is Dan. A couple of years ago, we did a reorg of our zoning code program. This is while I was planning director. And the reason we did it, one of the stated goals was to process more amendments in smaller batches. We had been doing one large amendment a year, and it was so large and it was all over the code. It was just very complicated for the public to understand, for the council to understand. And so when we had a vacancy in that position, we did a reorg. And we took out the zoning code manager. That position used to supervise long-range planning and code compliance. And we just made it a standalone position that reports to the current planning, or I should say the planning director. And again, the goal was to do smaller batches of amendments. Not every amendment is equal. Some are kind of cleanup things that don't require a lot of public participation. Other amendments are much more complicated. We need to be engaging the public and doing more public vetting. And so recognizing that all non-amendments are equal, we were going to take this strategy. Dan Seimer was not the first person in this position. So we had Brian Kalina was in it for I don't even know if it was a year. He was still managing cases. We didn't get a lot done. Then we hired Dan, and I think we've made some great progress. I think what's slowed us down right now is just the complexity of the work he's up doing. The high occupancy housing plan is extremely complicated. So that just took a lot of time. So I think my long-winded answer is I'm not going to say, yes, we definitely need more staff. I think we're still trying to build up to this point where we can be processing multiple amendments at the same time. You know, some that are more kind of cleanup of the code could be on a little different track. The others that need a lot of public participation are going on at the same time. And Dan and I have talked about this, and this is the goal, and I know he's working toward it. And so I still think we can achieve that. The other thing is we were going to hire a consultant, and we have that consulting money to help us with the transect and with some of the other things that came out of the high occupancy housing plan. And we went through a whole procurement last year, and we only had one response, and they weren't qualified to do the work. They didn't have form-based code experience. And so we were looking to supplement Dan with a consultant. And I still think that's something we need to consider. But I'm not going to make the case that we need to hire an additional staff member. Obviously, we could get more done with more staff, that's for sure. But I think we need to work with what we have right now, and that's my answer on that. So let me know if there's anything else.
Well, Dan, I think you, in a way, you kind of made my case that you know, Mr. Seimer is doing great work. I've worked with him, and he's very competent. But it just seems like there's more work to do than there is people to do it. And I'll just leave it at that. And if any other staff or council members have any thoughts on that, I'd be interested in hearing that. So I'll yield for now, Mr. Deasy. Thank you.
If I could just make one more comment, Mayor Deasy.
Of course.
You know, I do definitely feel very supported by our budget team and by our manager's office. That being the planning services group, community development. We've had great support in recent history for new positions. And so, you know, I think pretty much any division in the organization could say, yeah, we could do more with more people and more funding. I mean, that's why I'm very hesitant to say, because there's so many priorities in this organization. I feel like we're very well supported, and there's other needs in other areas as well. And so, that's my comment. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
We may want to bring this up again during the budget discussion.
Yeah, thank you. I think it definitely is worthy further discussion, and I really appreciate Mr. Folk chiming in to discuss and looking at the whole broad picture. Vice Mayor Daggett has a question comment.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question is, where would what Mr. Hayward was talking about fit in with all of these priorities, and how can we make sure that some sort of historic preservation, a code change happens as soon as possible?
Mayor, members of the council, Dan Seimer, it depends on how complicated Mr. Hayward's amendment is. I haven't had a chance to analyze it. I've read the historic preservation code. One thing I don't like doing is putting Band-Aids on things, but this may be one that we need to do. Can we implement a simple modification through the code? We may, depending on the scale of it, we may be able to work it in through all the other kind of things, because right now it's under tier 3, letter M. That's just because the whole code needs to be relooked at and just simplified. But that particular item, I'd have to get my hands wrapped around it. And obviously, I'm constantly working on other amendments. For example, we're going to be having 3 amendments come your way that are relatively small, that are kind of like priorities for affordable housing, the recreational marijuana. And if the council wants something like this prioritized, we could do that and get back to you with what the true scope of that amendment would be. Because there may be language in there in the code already that just needs to be tightened up. I'm very familiar with the conversation that Mr. Hayworth brings up about not tearing down buildings, but it does require a due process. I just haven't had the opportunity yet to really vet that and talk it over with SHPO, which is the State Historic Preservation Office. I think that's one of the things that we probably can bring back to you and, reprioritize into the workload.
Thank you. I'd like to voice support for putting an emphasis on that. I think wait a minute. Somehow
I think you muted halfway.
I muted myself. I guess losing the Babbitt House is a huge loss to the community, and anything we can do to ensure that that we do everything in our power to make sure that doesn't happen again, I think would benefit the community.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Ms. Decter has a comment on the heritage preservation.
Thank you, Mayor Deasy. Vice Mayor Daggett, I'd also like to add to what Dan said. So a little history on our Heritage Preservation Code. The Heritage Preservation Code was put into place in the early 2000s. And throughout the 90s and the early 2000s, Flagstaff had a very active program of looking at historic buildings, getting new inventory work done. In 2006, when the Prop 207 of 2006, which is the Private Property Rights Protection Act, was passed, there was sort of a freeze on all of that. The town site overlay, historic overlay, was the last historic overlay that the city of Flagstaff did. It was adopted right after the Private Property Rights Protection Act went into effect. And so at that time, council gave direction to staff not to look at heritage preservation any deeper for fear that we would trigger those kinds of claims against the city by making those changes. I think that had a very chilling effect on historic preservation code zoning work all throughout the state. It wasn't Flagstaff alone that sort of took a step back and paused. Since then, there's been new looks at what that really means and what the law in terms of, it's an eminent domain law, and what that means in terms of value and how that relates to historic preservation. And I think some of these conversations are very much recently emerging, which is I think why Mr. Hayward had some trouble answering the question that Mr. Aslan asked of what could we have done 3 years ago, because 3 years ago we were having a very different conversation. And I think this is one of the difficulties in this prioritization work for staff, is that the case law, the research, the scholarly work on these things, even the research by planning professors on how these kinds of policies are working in the real world and what their measurable effects are, is a constantly evolving area of expertise that we try and do our best to stay on top of. And so as we're working on a heritage preservation code, it's a very delicate balance between, allowing those things like affordable housing to go forward and creating opportunities to increase density in our activity centers, which we know has a very large impact on climate change and other things. And then also not losing those important iconic buildings of Flagstaff. I agree with Mr. Hayward that what we have in the code right now is not sufficient to save a major historic building in the city. If there is a developer that owns the property and just wants to tear it down, I think this is an example of, if that's how their plans work, we really don't have a stop right now. And one of the things it takes to do that is not only changing the text of the zoning code, but getting back into the business of doing historic overlays again. So it's not a quick fix, even though, I'd like to say that we could work on it expeditiously. And it's not an uncontroversial one either. There will be a lot of property owner involvement. And whenever you're laying out a historic overlay, there's always people in a neighborhood who want it and people who don't. And so it's usually not an easy idea to build consensus around either. So I just wanted to put that into this conversation so that we set realistic expectations about it. So it's hard because while it's an M, it's such a big question and so many pieces to it. It's hard to get a lot of momentum out of it while it's in tier 3, which I think is what Mr. Hayward was hoping to point out as part of the discussion.
Thank you so much. That's very, very helpful. And from what I'm hearing from the commission, it sounds like there are some really eager people who would love to help in any way that they can. And so if there's any way to move it up in priority, I would be supportive of that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Decter, for explaining the heavy lift that this might be veering us towards. But Councilmember Shimoni has a question and comment.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Dan, Sarah, Tiffany, and company for your presentation and for your hard work. Dan, we've worked really hard, as Councilmember McCarthy alluded to, on the zoning code amendments, and I am so grateful for them. Yes, at times it doesn't incentivize infill in our neighborhoods, and not to get into the weeds of that document, but I did want to let the council and the community know that a student-focused housing development cannot be built in Flagstaff today. And Dan, if you can speak to that, am I correct in making that statement?
It can, Mayor and members of the council. A hub or a standard can be built with a conditional use permit, but they're limited now on the locations where they can be located, which are in your regional activity centers or the other type of activity centers as delineated on the general plan. Whereas previously they could be citywide, anywhere. There are locational requirements, and again, they do require a conditional use permit. They need to go through that process. They need to comply with all the requirements that were implemented by the zoning code adoption, which goes into effect in March. So it can be done, but the locations are significantly been limited to those areas where we really do want the densities to be at. But in the same sense, the issues of community concerns about parking have been addressed, and a lot of the high occupancy housing goals. And that was kind of why the amendment was the size that it was, and why we came back to council for reassurance of the previous directions. And we came back quite a few times just to make sure that we were getting this right. So,
and Dan, without a CUP, the developer would have to build to the room count diversity that is outlined in the high occupancy housing plan, correct?
Well, it's similar. The code is very similar to the room count and the densities of the high occupancy housing plan. It's only off by like a half of a bedroom, and that's only because the high occupancy housing plan rounded up the numbers, and when you're dealing with true implementation, we didn't round the numbers. So, for example, 29 dwelling units an acre, I believe it was referenced in the high occupancy housing plan is 30, but the code allows 29.
Sure.
Stuff like it, just little minor tweaks. They're very insignificant as they play out, but that's the.
So Dan, I'm a little confused now. So can a project be built with a CUP of which is, let's say, 85% for 5 bedrooms?
No.
Okay, so a hub cannot be built today.
Well, you can. Yes, that is correct. A hub of that center. A student. I apologize. I thought you meant that a student-focused housing or a high occupancy housing type of development. But no, a hub cannot be built anymore without going through the council for a modification.
So I've called this the ultimate rezone that we did, council, and this was the previous council that did this. but basically a student-focused housing project with a large percentage of larger bedrooms cannot be built in Flagstaff. And that is a huge accomplishment that I am very proud of personally. And so that's not to say that we can't build density, like Mr. Seimer said, but in our activity centers is where that density is going to be focused, which goes along with sustainability and infill plans, because those are closest to our bus routes, closest to our walkable, amenities. And so without going into that, the amendments we made too much, I'm very happy that we did what we did. I do know it's a little bit restrictive at times, but I'm proud to say that I think Flagstaff is finally safe from these monstrosities that are inappropriate for our community, especially in some of our neighborhoods. Dan, did you want to add something?
I do just want to add just a quick summary, not necessarily to this project, but COVID and the high occupancy housing plan did put a damper on the work that was going to be done this year. I do hear and understand previous council comments about the work program, but I do agree with Dan. As we start getting back into a normal work program again, we'll be able to handle, smaller modifications. We've had, I'm trying to keep them less than, 30 some pages, an amendment, because, and honestly, I did a quick calc based when Tiffany was there. We've amended 376 pages of the code. And, in total, we've eliminated just over 50 pages. And that's not including the reformatting of the code. So, I do agree with Dan, as we start going into the smaller amendments and we do them a little bit quicker, we'll be able to handle that. But I do agree with you, Councilman, about the high occupancy housing and how it was implemented.
So just to be clear and let the council know, we can still build the 60 feet in these activity centers, which again are more in that infill, where the infill is most appropriate. And in these projects, we'll have a diverse room count of studios, 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and 4 bedrooms to allow for workforce housing and not just student housing. And so, go ahead.
I would say that is the intent is to incorporate a diversity of unit types that was incorporated into the high occupancy housing text amendment. We need to go back and make a small tweak to the amendment as it pertains that due to some last minute modifications to assure that the affordable housing part of it can be implemented in a more broad aspect. But we'll be coming back to you separate on that issue. But the idea of the 5-6 bedroom units, where 4, 5, 6, where you have 85% of those units, that's no longer applicable. Now you're getting a larger diversified unit type as a requirement, which could be utilized for many different type of incomes, and whether it's workforce or they participate in affordable housing program or they just have a large family.
So just to be clear with the community, I'm all for infill and I'm all for density, but I also wanted to make sure that it's supporting and best supporting our community and not just, student-focused housing. Although there is a time and a place for that, I think we have enough of that in our community. So Dan, when we talk about going back out to the public for our HOH amendments, are we talking about Part 1 and Part 1A that you outlined in the agenda?
No, Part 1 is done. Part 1A will be coming to council. I don't think that's a big public outreach necessary that's just more of a technical correction. But the larger public outreach will happen in its letter P on Tier 4, and those are not scheduled to be completed until 3 years from now, or 2.5 years from now.
Okay.
So you're looking at a fiscal year. One thing that Sarah and I did this year is we based our programs based on fiscal year, so that's more manageable. and we can get our necessary requests in. But so like 2003, so you may be seeing a request for some additional outreach funding and maybe a couple years for part 2 and 3.
Okay, that sounds good. And then just wanted to comment on Councilmember McCarthy's comments about staffing, of course. And as Dan Folk said, I think that every department would agree if we have more staffing, we can get more done. But luckily, Sarah and Dan are super people. And I mean, it's incredible what they've been able to achieve with the Southside Plan and the zoning code amendments, obviously with Tiffany and company. And I'm so grateful for your work on that. And I think that having those two specific things behind us will allow us to address this list more efficiently, since it seems like the zoning code and the Southside Plan were such massive lists. Dan, on the topic of infill, I just wanted to share that the neighborhood community commercial zoning is something I support, which is bringing down the zoning height from 60 feet to 45 feet. And I know we had a public comment from Mr. Denham about infill and that this is backwards from our values in affordable housing. And I just wanted to say that I think that jumping from a neighborhood, a residential housing block to a 60-foot building that might take up half the block is just such a shock to our community and to our neighborhoods, and such an impact, not always positive, to that neighborhood, that I think 45 feet in height is still going to be a shock, but a little bit less, but yet will still help accommodate our need for housing and infill. And then maybe eventually we can change that code back to 60 feet in the future. But I'm hoping to kind of ease the pain of this growth spurt that we're experiencing in Flag and this idea of going vertical. And so I support the infill idea of our neighborhood community commercial. Just wanted to voice that for everybody. And council, I look forward to our discussion on that. On the topic of heritage preservation, I appreciate Vice Mayor's comments a lot and support what she said. My focus there is not just to protect the homes, but also to support our neighborhoods such as the Plaza Vieja and Southside, which I bet some of those homes can qualify for being of historic value. And especially as we address the Rio de Flag and get these communities out of the floodplain, I am concerned about the cost of cost of living for those homeowners and their ability to afford and maintain those homes and that property value. So, you know, if there's benefit in the heritage preservation being prioritized to then allow for additional funds to come in to help locals maintain their homes and improve their homes, that's definitely a real priority to me, because we're just changing so fast, and I know people are struggling, and some people are on very restrictive incomes. And so that's my comment there. Also on the topic of Southside, I think we need to address parking, and I'm not sure if that's under your umbrella, Dan, and Sarah, but we need to address this. Last council wanted to. There was a lack of political will, and it seemed at the end that there was the political will, but we never got it on the agenda. So I really think we need to address parking in Southside and really have an opt-out system rather than an opt-in system for those residents. And my last comment, I think the priority list is good. I really appreciate this chart that you've put in the agenda packet and is up on the screen now. And I think that the plan is good. I really want to see us prioritize affordable housing incentives. I think that's my number one concern. And like, as we hear, you know, the cost of housing is at the root of our economy, our ability to thrive, our resiliency, and the makeup of our community. So I think that needs to be top priority in my mind. And I'm glad to see that that's in tier 1. But in closing, again, Dan, I'm so grateful for your expertise here at the city. And I hope you stay with the city for many years to come and continue to help us chip away at improving our codes and cleaning things up and streamlining things for us. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ms. Decter, regarding Southside parking, you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor DC. Councilmember Shimoni, the issue of the opt-out parking in the South Side is another item that's going to take quite a bit of public engagement, because while Council's direction was that we should create an opt-out system, the community's feedback on that through the Southside plan was that that's not their preference. And so therein lies a challenge for staff. Not that it's one that's insurmountable, but it's not as simple as bringing something to council if we want to make sure we're still meeting the commitments we made in the Southside plan to the community. I know Park Flag and I, Gail and I, have started talking about something that's a smaller bite that might be achievable while we're under COVID restrictions, because my advice to Park Flag was that we really need the ability to go door to door and talk to people face to face to implement council's direction of an opt-out parking system. And so what we have said we could probably get started on, and I would ask that maybe you follow up with Dave McIntyre on this, is starting by working on the item related to parking on church parking. So there's no exception for church service hours in areas around the South Side. There's actually, if you don't know, 8 or 9 historic churches in the South Side, none of which have more than 4 parking spaces. Or maybe the Flagstaff Christian Fellowship might have a small parking lot. But church parking is a big issue on the South Side, and one that the community talked with us about quite a bit. Because that's a smaller group, and kind of working out with each church what might be best and suit that area best, felt like something we could do over the phone and virtually. That's something that I think Park Flag has started reaching out and talking about, simply because, like many things, sequencing is important. If we build an opt-out system and then go do the church work, it might be more confusing than if we did the work on church parking and church service parking, and then went and did an opt-out system. So we thought carefully through that direction, and I do believe Park Flag will be implementing it, but like we said earlier, priorities sometimes really depend on sequencing. And I don't know if the city manager or anybody else has thoughts on that based on our last couple discussions, or if I'm out of the loop, but that's the last conversation we had right before the holidays. Does that make sense?
It does, and I appreciate that. And I'll just say that I look forward to that conversation, and I do believe we can figure out a path forward. And I appreciate your update and work on this.
Yeah, thank you very much for keeping it on the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Decter. Ms. Hanson has a comment.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. I just wanted to say that Sarah did a great job explaining that we are currently working on a Southside plan. And once we have it more finalized, it will be coming before council. So I will make sure that I share this information or this discussion with Dave McIntyre and the whole Park Flag team. But yes, we are actively working on this. So I just wanted you to rest assured that it is part of our plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. And council, we have Councilmember Aslan with a question.
Thank you, Mayor. So going back to something that Mr. Shimoni said earlier, and I realize, I sense that we're in the midst of what could be an infinite conversation with all sorts of sprawling tentacles. And I'd like to keep focused here, but there may be a question in here mixed with a comment. In terms of the 45-foot building height conversation, I do wonder if it would be helpful for us to sort of reorient our thinking on this and have our targets set on adaptive reuse. I think that this is a term that's going to become more and more prominent in our conversations. I like to talk about being able to make parking garages that we can turn into other types of buildings later down the road. What's getting in the way of us creating 45-foot tall buildings that can't later be made taller? I know that it's not engineering because this sort of thing can happen, And sort of tongue in cheek, you know, I lived in Central America for 3 years, and it's hard to find a building that doesn't have rebar sticking out of the top of it, because of the optimism that folks have that they can keep building taller. But notwithstanding safety considerations, I'm sure there are ways that we can grow taller as our appetite for that grows over time as a community. And I don't see why we can't have it both ways. Do our 45-foot building height now, but leave open the possibility down the road that those same buildings could become taller if necessary.
I think,
and I want to get too deep into this. This feels very specific, but if you have a brief comment, and that's just something to keep in mind as we move forward on these conversations.
Yeah, I think I just like to say that you're absolutely correct. These structures can be designed and built that way. I've actually participated in a project in another city I work at that's designed just for that. I can think of ways to do what you're asking, although I think it takes some vetting before I make some comments on it.
I'm fine to leave it there. I think that I'm just planting a seed for us to keep in mind as this goes forward.
Yes, I really like that idea, Councilmember Aslan, to just kind of do a little vetting on what level of lift that might be, rather than doing a deep dive right away. But I appreciate the commentary. Council, do we have any other comments or questions right now before I chime in here? I'll make sure I didn't miss anyone here. All right, I have a couple suggestions in terms of the work plan priorities. I want to echo sentiment regarding our heritage preservation that Vice Mayor has brought up, as well as we heard from Mr. Hayward. I would suggest potentially moving that Tier 3 item into Tier 2. And in terms of looking on reprioritizing our Tier 1, to me, the 45-foot building height is less of a priority than other issues. I think it actually is about equivalent to the heritage preservation. So one suggestion would be to move that Tier 1 item down to Tier 2. But my question for city staff is, how much of a lift left is there with that based on all the preparations and so forth already? I just would like to know what level of lift we are at that point and how much work that would be.
Sure. Mayor, members of the council, the 45-foot is definitely an item that I want to come back to you about. We did in August. The council the previous council decided not to initiate the zoning map amendment and to proceed with the text amendment, and asked us to do additional public outreach, including the potential of going door to door. Have costed that out, and my recommendation on that is that we come back to you and take a close look at what the real priority of the council is as it pertains to the three neighborhoods. And the three neighborhoods are South Side, North End, which is north of downtown, and Sunnyside. It may be possible to break that up. It may be more feasible to break it up, and it may be more appropriate to wait for a Sunnyside community plan on that particular item as it pertains to that neighborhood. And that's the discussion that I want to come back to the council about, because the 45-foot building height is also in the South Side specific plan implementation, which is, that's a heavy lift in itself, and we would need some additional consulting on that. But I do plan to come back to you in some time I have to look at the calendar because I don't remember if I put it on there yet or if it's on there, but I think it was going to be either April or May, with getting specific direction on the different options and proceeding. But it is, as of right now, a priority in the previous council's direction, and that's why it is where it is now. Because there are elements that can move forward, our neighborhoods that could move forward, because the significant amount of outreach has been done, whereas the other two neighborhoods have different issues. So.
Okay, thank you. And that's one I would like to, bounce off of other council members. I know work has already been started on that, but especially the Sunnyside neighborhood plan and so forth may be better to kind of prioritize things a little differently. Oh, that is an important discussion. Councilmember McCarthy has a comment.
Well, thank you. I'm in my 5th year in council, and before that I spent a lot of time talking to people, as I campaigned. And what was the number one issue was big buildings. So I would say that to ignore or to push back the 45-foot building height discussion would be completely contrary to the will of the people in this city. I'll also mention that I have some very specific questions that would be appropriate for e-session on that very issue. So I would not be inclined to move that back any further. I think the people of this city want us to address that issue. I won't say it's an easy issue, it's a complicated issue, but I think they should be addressed. The other thing I will say as far as priorities is item number H, as in hotel. Wildlife corridors in particular, I think are very important and should be addressed as soon as possible. Those are my basic comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McCarthy. So just to clarify, you are wanting to place the resource and wildlife protection item H into a tier 1 category as opposed to remaining in tier 2. Is that correct?
Well, I keep it in, either put it in 1 or keep it in 2. But I mean, there's been talks about moving things like item M, heritage preservation, up. I'm not really opposed to that, but not if I'll put it this way, we need to keep H in front of M. And, I think as far as if it's in tier 1 or tier 2, item H, I'd say either one, but don't move it down the list in any way. I mean, if you want to put M on, below where I is right now or below H, then I'd be okay.
All right, thank you. I just wanted some clarification on that.
I hope that helped.
No, I definitely hear you, and I personally believe that resource and wildlife protection is should not be demoted from the priority list by any means. I think it is appropriate to be placed in the tier 2 category. Council, I would like to get your others' thoughts on moving a 45-foot building height from the tier 1 to tier 2 to potentially help prioritize the things that I'm hearing that are really well, it is all necessary, let's be honest, but in terms of, for us, the high occupancy housing, part 1A, I mean, one of the top of my list is the affordable housing incentives. Obviously, we need to get this recreational marijuana put together since licenses are already being issued and applied for. And outdoor lighting is extremely important to me in our dark skies. It is a symbol of who we are as Flagstaff. So anyways, basically, I'm trying to say that the 45-foot building height is very important, but when I'm looking at that tier 1 on what is urgent, it seems the others are more urgent than the 45-foot building height that could be put in the priority list. I have Councilmember Shimoni has a comment followed by Councilmember Sweet.
Let Councilmember Sweet go first. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. I would like to keep item D where it's at and move M over to tier 2. And those would be my 2 changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would support moving item D on tier 1, the 45-foot building, to tier 2, and item M, heritage preservation, on tier 3 to tier 2. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for your comments. Dan, my question is, with the 45-foot building heights item, what does all that entail? I know that the past council talked about a public outreach process to survey that neighborhood prior to implementing that, but what was the process that you had in mind?
The process that was requested was a door-to-door kind of survey, having more public outreaches, meetings, very similar to what we did with the Southside plan, where we actually went out and knocked on people's doors and talked to them, and the potential of having more group meeting, more neighborhood meetings. We did have a very good showing, not necessarily number-wise, but majority of the people that came out for the entire 45 feet was in the Sunnyside area. For Southside, it was been significantly vetted through the Southside plan. The north end, we had very little participation in. That's ones that's a little concerning to me, as long as to get some more input from. But if we were to break it up, and this is kind of that discussion that I desire to bring back at a separate meeting, is, should we break it up into the different neighborhoods and proceed with one or another? And that's the discussion that I'm planning to bring back to you at a future meeting.
Okay. Obviously, with COVID and the pandemic, I'm not too sure when that would even be feasible to actually see through. Dan, this isn't funded, correct?
The 45-foot building height is from the perspective of the needs that the previous council wanted a substantial outreach done. No. The cost on that is significant, and that's the kind of discussion that we need to come back with. So mailings for the entire, just for example, if we were to do the entire project at one time, we're looking at upwards around $10,000 just to do the required notification.
So in closing, I agree with Councilmember McCarthy. Large buildings in neighborhoods is the number one thing I hear about and have heard about for many years in our community, I think, as all of us have. And so I think we should keep this as a priority in tier 1. I'm wondering if we can come up with an alternative approach to achieving our goal, and that might be a little bit less labor intensive, and obviously allows for locals to apply for waivers to opt out of that zoning code. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dan, but there will be that ability. And so that would be my thought on that, Council and Mayor. I do think it's important we address it, but not if it's going to totally just take up all of our energy. And then I also appreciated Councilmember McCarthy's points about resource and wildlife protection. And so Just wanted to share that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, council members. I would like to, point out too that, well, as we keep hearing and know, that in the midst of COVID, with so much uncertainty and things going on, inability to do public outreach in a manner that we have in the past utilized and seen successful, that as we talk about these priorities, we, this will be a yearly update. And so when I'm looking at this, and yeah, this is for the next 3 years, 4 years, well, maybe there's certain things that we need to prioritize in light of COVID, in light of the fact that, we're talking with the 45-foot building height over 1,000 parcels with economic costs that, for that outreach efforts. And potentially maybe it would be more cost savings too to be placing the 45-foot building height in tier 2 with heritage preservation, to really look at, to be able to also be a little more cost efficient. If once we are to the point to be able to go door to door, we can get input on both of these things from the public and how we are changing our zoning code in one more, obviously not a one-shot approach, but at least a little bit more collaborating some of the efforts. So in that regard, potentially putting that into a tier 2 category, since, we're not going to be able to do really the necessary outreach, and it's very costly right now in 2021, while moving up the heritage preservation from tier 3 to tier 2 as a priority may help to just a suggestion that maybe in light of COVID and that we're talking about the 2021 zoning code work program, that maybe this is one that we could kick while we, really spend more effort, and city staff spends a lot of effort on our affordable housing incentives, which to me is, let's get that focused on. And Councilmember McCarthy has a comment.
All right, had to get my mute off. I'm not convinced that we have to do the outreach in the manner that's been discussed. I think considering that it's the 2 top priorities of the city are obviously housing affordability and our large buildings, I think it would be completely inappropriate to move it to lower tier. But I do think that we can address doing it in a different way. And I would suggest that we have an e-session on that, because I have some ideas about it that might simplify it. Anyway, I'll stand by my previous comments plus this short addition. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Well, I would like to get a pulse of everyone on, all of our council members on this, because from what I'm hearing right now, we have myself and Councilmember Salas who are looking for moving the 45-foot building height to tier 2, as well as the heritage preservation from tier 3 to tier 2. Right now we're at a 2-2, so I would like to see what other council members would like for more clear direction for our staff. Councilmember Aslan.
Yeah, I think Vice Mayor Daggett is definitely in favor of upgrading heritage preservation, and that's what I'm going to weigh in on. I think heritage preservation should be moved up to tier 2. That's the only tinkering with the list of priorities I'd like to do at this time. That's my only direction.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Vice Mayor Daggett.
Same here. Exactly what Councilmember Aslan said.
All right. Well, I think with the survey of council members that is, unless otherwise noted by council, we're looking to move heritage preservation from tier 3 to tier 2, and otherwise keeping the list as previously prioritized. Council members, if there's any objection or anything else we would like to look at changing, please let me know before we move on. All right. Well, as otherwise noted, I think we are down to our Olds. Trying to get it. Going through the whole agenda here. Agenda item number. There we go. Trying to scroll up from the 335 pages. Then we are down to agenda item number 9, which is our fiscal year 2021-2022 budget orientation for the Engineering and Capital Improvements Division and Active Capital Projects presentation featuring the Rio de Flag Flood Control Project. City staff, take it away.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor DC. First of all, can you see the beginning of our presentation?
Yep, I'm seeing it.
Outstanding, thank you. So good evening, Mayor DC again, and Vice Mayor Daggett, council members and staff. Please feel free to stop us at any time during this presentation if you have any questions, comments. We'll make a point of pausing between speakers throughout the presentation. And tonight's presentation, as noted on this slide, is to just provide an introduction for the Engineering and Capital Improvements Division. So let me start with the who. Myself, I guess I get the honor of starting with myself, which is usually not how I'd like to roll, but I have been with the City of Flagstaff for 38 years. I'm an NAU graduate. I have moved through the engineering section, starting as an intern. I worked my way into being a project manager. I then became a supervisor, city engineer, and now recently a director. I'm very proud to serve our community. Listed here are the 4 sections that are within the division. Starting on the left, we have our Capital Improvements Group, which is led by Capital Improvements Engineer Brett Peterson. Next, we have our Transportation Engineering section, led by our Traffic Engineer Jeff Bauman. Then we have Development Engineering, led by our Development Engineer Gary Miller. And then lastly, Inspection and Testing is led by Angel Baca. So, I'm proud to work alongside these 29 staff in the Capital Improvements Division. As noted here, we have an admin specialist. The 4 folks that I just mentioned, including myself and 3 of the 4 others that I mentioned, are required to be professional engineers by job description. Angel Baca is our construction manager, as mentioned. Within all 4 of those sections, we have 17 project managers, 8 of which happen to be professional engineers. And then we have 5 inspectors and 1 engineering specialist. I'd like to pause here and also mention that within our 29 staff, we definitely have very qualified and talented individuals. We have some with master's degrees. We have some that are certified public managers through the ASU program. Angel and his team work on becoming certified through the National Institute of Certified Engineering Technologists. Angel and his group are focused on safety, including trench safety, asbestos awareness, traffic control, confined spaces. And then I have several, 3 specifically, in this group that are associated with the American Society of Civil Engineers. Excuse me, I've got a phone. Multitasking is primarily what we do these days. So in the American Society of Civil Engineers, we have Gary Miller, who was our development engineer. He actually heads the Arizona section as the president of the National Arizona Society of Civil Engineers, which is quite impressive. And then 2 project managers that are also associated with our local Northern Arizona group of that organization as well. And before I leave this slide, I would like to point out that of the 29 staff that are approved in budget at this time, I have 6 vacancies that we're currently working through, and I have a retirement that's expected to occur in May. Apologize, this picture is kind of dark. I love this photo. This is the group that went to Fort Worth, Texas last February. We're standing on top of the BNSF Railways Control Center. Quite an impressive facility that we got to tour. It was quite an honor to represent the city of Flagstaff. But what we have here and what I want to point out and start with is external stakeholders, which are so important to the work that the city of Flagstaff does, and specifically the engineering section. Of course, we work with our citizens. We do public outreach for capital projects. We continue to hear concerns regarding our transportation network. I think we've actually seen quite an increase in that with remote working related to COVID-19. And then our team will always be focusing on concerns regarding construction sites. So we work with consulting engineering firms. So on this, at this point, I'd like to mention that we contract out to the private sector for a lot of the work that we do for our community, including design of capital projects. We have the ability to seek help from these consulting engineering firms if our workload gets heavy in reviewing traffic impact analyses. We work with structural engineering firms to help us figure out how to add small wireless facilities, which is the 5G network we've heard about. State law requires that we allow them to co-locate on our streetlights or traffic signal poles, which is where structural analysis is required. And then we eliminated our survey crews some time ago due to budget cuts. So we still have needs to provide survey services to our communities, so we consult that out to private sector. And then, of course, we consult out materials testing associated with our inspection and testing group. And then moving on down the list, we have contractors noted here. Primarily, we do heavy civil work, which is water lines, sewer lines, street work. But we also, of course, build facilities, much like the court facility that's recently been occupied. We also work with developers and franchise utility companies, which is quite active work at this point in time as well. And just to be sure we understand what's meant by franchise utility companies, this is the work beyond the city of Flagstaff's water, sewer, reclaim, and stormwater. This is the electric company, this is the phone company, this is our cable TV company, and our gas company. Continuing on with external stakeholders, this is a bunch of the acronyms that you hear us engineering guys throwing out quite a bit. We're quite proud to be involved with agency collaboration. We do quite a bit of it in the engineering division, specifically with the Arizona Department of Transportation. We work with Northern Arizona University, the Flagstaff Unified School District, Coconino County. Specific to projects, we work with the BNSF Railway. We work with Mountain Line, formerly known as the Northern Arizona, I got that acronym spelled wrong, Intergovernmental Public Transit Authority. And then we've got Metroplan, formerly known as the MPO. So continuing on with the who, but now focusing on our Team Flagstaff folks that I have the honor to work with every day. We're making Flagstaff better. Of course, we're here to serve the City Council, Honorable Mayor Deasy. We work with the manager's office on a regular basis. Of course, the engineering group used to be part of community development, and we still have tremendous ties with development review back to the important work that Dan and his team do. We work with the attorney's office seeking counsel on many a different project. We administer the procurement manual as we deliver the capital program and other projects that come our way. We work with grants on a regular basis. Working with grants continues to involve the Metro Plan and Mountain Line, as I mentioned before. And then we, of course, are involved with our federal lobbyist, Bob Holmes, in this regard as well. We have a 5-year program associated with the capital program, so we work with finance. We have the honor of working with economic vitality, primarily through park flag coordination. Everybody gets to work with Nicole and sustainability in terms of the climate action and adaptation plan. Specifically, the city of Flagstaff is working on dark skies, which I've heard mentioned several times tonight. We are working on the Rio de Flag, and of course, we have a very robust bike and pedestrian program built into our 5-year program. Here's a picture of the courthouse a long time ago at this point, but that's an example of my last bullet point here, where we have capital project owners, which are throughout the organization. We refer to owners as the people who invite us to help them build a new facility, whether it's a USGS project, whether it's a sewer line replacement, whether it's a fire station. We've been involved building the police station some time ago. Anyhow, great partnerships internally. Continuing on with Team Flagstaff, this one I want to focus on the relationships internally, where we primarily focus on our engineering standards. So the police department and the fire department, of course, rely on the engineering standards to build safe infrastructure. The police department, as noted here, does participate in our Transportation Commission, as well as the 2 subcommittees. One is the Bicycle Advisory Committee, and the other is the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Both are advisory to the Transportation Commission. The fire department primarily has their own code to enforce, which is the International Fire Code. However, they are a key part of development review that goes on through the city of Flagstaff, known as the IDS, or Interdivisional Staff. And then, of course, as mentioned a moment ago, water services and public works rely on the engineering standards and our review of plans to make sure that the water lines, sewer lines, reclaim lines, and stormwater systems, roads, sidewalks, foots, traffic signals, signs, stripes, and street lighting, as we've mentioned, are built satisfactorily so that they are quality infrastructure that can be maintained as easily as possible for the life of those systems. So now I'm kind of going to walk into the what. The what for us guys in the engineering and capital improvements division is primarily about the engineering, design, and construction standards and specifications for new construction. That's a mouthful. We refer to it simply as the engineering standards. These standards are codified in Title 13 of the City Code, and then traffic operations is listed there. They actually rely on the engineering standards on a day-to-day basis, but also have city code to regulate, which is specific to the transportation operations in Title 9 of the City Code. As you can see, the engineering division, has quite a role in regulating. Moving on down the list, our development engineering group, as I mentioned before, reviews all plans and applications that come in from applicants. We review to be sure that everything in the public realm, in the public right-of-way, is reviewed and permitted in accordance with the engineering standards. And then lastly, the construction, inspection, and testing team. They're the folks that get to keep an eye on everything that's permitted and actually work out in the real world. They are actually our boots on the ground. They are our last stop if we've missed something along the way. So still kind of looking at the what, I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about our priority-based budget. Generally speaking, the engineering and capital improvements division has $3.28 million budgeted. 95% of that budget is associated with the 29 personnel I mentioned previously. I think it's important to note that $2.58 million of that budget is actually revenue generated through capitalization or charging staff time to our capital project budget, as well as fees collected at our front counter. And then I wanted to, the latter part of this slide and the next slide, just quickly point out some of our community priorities that we have listed here. We have high-performing governance, of course, which everybody's involved with on Team Flagstaff. It's just customer service, communication, public trust, fiscal stability, innovative programs, and being an employer of choice. What I've noted here is we have the next key community priority is safe and healthy community. I won't read it all, but we focus on multiple transportation options there in that first bullet. And then down in the second bullet, we ensure the built environment is safe through the use of consistent standards, rules, and regulations. Continuing on with community priorities, we have inclusive, engaged community, which primarily our connection there is for regional partnerships. Excuse me while I get my pointers set here. Regional partnerships. We then go into sustainable, innovative infrastructure, which is really where our strongest alignment is, again, through the engineering standards. We deliver outstanding services to residents of a healthy, well-maintained infrastructure system. We utilize long-range plans that identify the community's future infrastructure needs and costs. And then we are, again, focused on all modes of transportation. In terms of robust, resilient economy, we do work with the development to community and residents to help enhance understanding. In terms of livable community, again, we work with partnerships, as I mentioned before. Our capital projects put us right in the middle of resilient neighborhoods, much like the Concanino Estates neighborhood. Discussions we've had with council last week, as well as civic engagement to all those points. And then we have comprehensive and equitable code compliance, which is always important in just making sure that we, again, are regulators and we're doing a fair and equitable job as we do our job. And then lastly, environmental stewardship. We do work on building practices, sustainable building practices in terms of meeting the requirements set forth for these new facilities I mentioned previously. And then I've also mentioned the connection that we have with the CAP. So here's another, this is just real quick. This is the kind of the where and the when. Another very exciting picture. It was an honor to be part of this meeting here. I think we have two current council members' backs that are to us here. We have Council Member Salas and Council Member Aslan involved with O'Halloran and Cinema. Again, that was a fun day associated with the Rio de Flag. That's right outside of City Hall. But quickly, the inspection and testing group, we share an office, or actually we are a tenant at Water Services East Flag facility. But the inspection team is primarily working on job sites, driving back and forth to the permits I mentioned before. And then the rest of the engineering staff works out of City Hall. Of course, we're primarily working remotely. and most all of us are working 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday. The inspection staff, of course, gets pulled into night work and Saturday and Sunday work, maybe even holiday work, depending on what's going on. So now, lastly, I'm going to get into the how. And I think this is quite honestly the most important part. You know, we talk with staff on a regular basis. We keep this posted. I remind people all the time that our values are progressive, community first, integrity, diversity, communication, dedication. You know, there's a list of values that you can come up with, but as a group, we tend to resonate with these. Our goal on a day-to-day basis is to provide excellent customer service to our clients. Of course, that's a term we use for customers or citizens, as well as just making sure Team Flagstaff can count on us. And we always want to be as helpful as you can. Our professional workplace is to always provide a benefit of the doubt, engage in two-way communication, and seek information or clarification if you have any questions or concerns. And then lastly, I wanted to point out some competencies that I think are critical to building trust. And quite honestly, Honorable Mayor, members of council, you can and should consistently expect from the Engineering and Capital Improvements Division, including ethics and integrity. I would pause here just very quickly to point out that the registered professionals I've mentioned that are comprised in the team engineering, that we are bound as registered professionals to adhere to the Arizona State Board of Technical Registration rules and regulations. They also have a very strict code of ethics for us registered professionals. Moving on, we are very good at analysis and reasoning. This is really where our expertise shines. And again, you can count on and expect from us that we will always be objective. We will bring you measurable, data-driven recommendations. We will always be fiscally accountable. I think with our knowledge of all the planning and the codes that I've mentioned, we have a very solid ability to help strategize a vision forward through all those complicated policies. We are regulators, as I mentioned before, but more importantly, I believe we are a well-trained, team-centered, knowledgeable, and skillful staff. We are thorough, we are result-focused, and we are safety aware. With that, that's the end of my overview. So I am going to pause here for a second, as I promised, and ask if there are any questions or comments that you may want to. I don't see any in the chat right now, Mayor. But before I bring up the transportation group led by traffic engineer Jeff Bauman, if there are any questions, now would be a good time.
Councilmember Shimoni has a quick question.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Barrett, so much for your presentation, a great overview, and excellent work by your team. Very grateful for your efforts and also for your communication with myself, especially. Quick question. I have a number of questions, but I'm going to hold on to them for a minute and just focus on the priorities you talked about, specifically communication, public trust, and building trust. I know that you do a ton when it comes to emailing and outreach. I'm wondering if within a project's budget, if there was the ability, and you can get back to me on this one, okay, to put aside, let's just say $4,000 per project to do a couple videos proactively and maybe like one during the project to communicate with the public.
Councilmember Shimoni, I think we'd be more than glad to, but let me, if I may, just clarify. Are you thinking something like we've done for the Rio de Flag lately?
Rio de Flag, the 4th Street overpass bridge. I mean, those were so beneficial up front, and I think really helps with that community trust and buy-in. And I just think that there's so much benefit to that proactive work rather than being, reactive to public outcry, right?
Yeah, believe me when I say and answer your question in that we'd be glad to do that if council sees value, because we certainly do see value. It helps us communicate our result-focused, projects to the community, helps us build trust, it helps us get buy-in. Yes, the simple answer is yes.
Well, you just made my day. Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
With that, I would ask Jeff Bauman to come on in, and I will start with this slide right here.
One moment. City Manager Clifton, did you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. It was actually in response to the previous comment from Councilmember Shimoni. I just wanted to mention, and this is, of course, in follow-up to a lot of requests about reaching out through videography, and we've been listening to those comments and taking them to heart. We have something in play budget-wise to pursue that. It needs to be vetted, of course, and it ultimately will come to council, but it will be right on point with the question that was just asked. And the videography that would occur would be something that would cross all divisions within the organization. So it would certainly apply to engineering and capital improvements. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, City Manager. All right, Mr. Barrett and team, go right ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. This is Jeff Bauman, City Traffic Engineer, and I'd like to introduce you to the transportation section. I've gone with some casual photos of our transportation team because that's more fun right now since we're not in person. That's me on the left in the blue shirt. In the red is the multimodal transportation planner, Martin Ince. He's been with the city and the transportation engineering group for about 6 months, but I'm sure you know him from his many years with the FMPO, doing a similar job. Next, with the cone and the vest, is Reed Miller. He's a transportation engineering project manager. And sitting on the rock is Stephanie Sardi. She's also a transportation engineering project manager. And the dog is Sadie. I don't think Martin's bike is named. And Reed certainly hasn't named the cone. I'm killing time while the slide advances.
I'm trying. Uh-oh, I apologize for technical difficulties here. Let me try something else. You're seeing the slide, of course, right?
We're seeing my first slide.
Advancing before, right? Okay. Let me, I'm not getting any movement. I deeply apologize. Okay, let me stop sharing for a minute and let me see if I can't come back to it.
I was going to recommend just that, Rick. Sometimes if you back out of the shared program and then open it back up again, for some reason that works.
Okay. See what we got. There we go.
Hey, there we go. Thanks. So next up is the Transportation Commission. The Transportation Program is responsible for staffing the Transportation Commission. The Commission meets on first Wednesdays of even-numbered months. Sometimes we meet on odd-numbered months, but we always meet on even-numbered months. And like all the other commissions right now, we've been meeting virtually for the past year or so. We've actually found a big benefit of meeting remotely. We've had, I've done this for many years, and I would say we had record-breaking public participation last month. We had, at one point, 49 people tuning in to our Transportation Commission meeting, which was amazing. We rarely see more than a handful in person, so that's been pretty cool. The commission has 7 members, plus a police department representative and a transportation staff liaison, which is me. The 7 members are comprised of 5 citizen seats, plus 1 seat for FUSD and 1 seat for Mountain Line. Currently, we have 1 vacancy, so please send any great citizens that you think might be interested in transportation topics our way. One of the typical types of projects that we tackle are neighborhood requests for traffic calming. Currently, we have a number of projects at different phases. We're working with the Boulder Point neighborhood, Woodland Drive, which is off of Lone Tree, Mount Pleasant, Country Club, and Meadowbrook Drive, kind of all over towards the Country Club area. All these locations have complaints of high traffic speeds, some with overflow parking and others with excessive traffic volume concerns. Each of these projects is in different stages of the study, commission discussion, and implementation. We've got some photos on the screen or images on the screen. On the very bottom of the screen is Woodland Drive. That's one of the concepts we've been working with that neighborhood and the commission on, is a couple of mini circles. You can see them, kind of the green circles in the middle of the two intersections. The inset image on that that part of the slide is actually a mini circle in the La Plaza Vieja neighborhood, which we've received really good feedback on as far as slowing down traffic. A little bit of a nice green spot in the neighborhood. It's been very positive. The upper image is a concept that we've been looking at on University Avenue, which is the Boulder Point project. And the inset image is an example of one of those in real life. Not in Flagstaff, but somewhere else. Next slide, please. There we go. The Transportation Commission also takes on lots of other projects that come our way. Some of the projects are truck prohibitions, which was that truck prohibitions like the one on Linda Vista. And we've talked about others in the past, and we have a few others on Zuni and other places of town. E-bike ordinance that we worked with the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committees on, I think it was just last year, but may have been the year before. We talked about distracted driving for a long time and how we could move that forward. That's the little image of it can wait. And we review the Transportation Capital Improvement Program periodically through the commission. Nice. The Transportation Commission has two subcommittees, and those are the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committees. So I'm the staff liaison for the Transportation Commission, and Martin Ince is the staff liaison for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committees. We both back each other up and attend each other's meetings, but those are our primary staff liaison roles. Here's a short list of some of the things they've been working on. Of course, the e-bike rules, we're going back and forth between the two. The Active Transportation Master Plan, which we heard about recently at City Council, I think it was just 2 weeks ago or so. They've been working on that for a very long time, lots and lots of input. Whole meetings to that topic have been going on for a while. The Foots Master Plan and the Bikeways Plan, and those are a couple of images on the right side. The one on top is the Foots Master Plan. That's kind of McMillan Mesa area. The orange is all the Foots trails that are either in place or planned up there. I think actually all those are in place. And the image below is the Bikeways Plan, which we're all really excited about. That's a newer concept, the Bikeways Plans. The dark color is the primary routes, and the lighter red is the secondary routes, or our future bikeways. Next slide, please. Thank you. Transportation Engineering Studies. The Transportation Section conducts their own field studies to support Transportation Section projects, Transportation Commission projects, and capital improvement projects. COVID impacts this past year have changed the way we conduct studies. Two of our most common studies are speed and volume of vehicles on the roads. For studies of speed, we've generally proceeded as normal. COVID does not seem to be impacting speed studies. But for traffic volumes across the city, we've seen a decrease for both peak period and for overall daily volumes. So for when we're studying traffic volumes, we've been relying on something new for us and relatively new in the industry, which is big data. Mountain Lion and Metroplan procured a product called Streetlight Data. That's the company's name. And it actually has nothing to do with streetlights. It's super confusing. But the company's called Streetlight. It has nothing to do with streetlights. It's anonymized cell phone GPS data, which has been aggregated across our region. So this allows us to closely estimate transit trips, pedestrian trips, bike trips, vehicle trips, as far as volumes, time of day. They claim they can do speeds, but we're not real comfortable with that. We do speed counts with our hoses in the street. We've been using this data source to help with development applications that have had no other way to collect counts for the past year in support of their TIAs, or transportation impact analyses. So typically these developments need to count current conditions, and that's really not been possible for the past year. We've also been using this data source for upcoming city capital project programming, excuse me. So pretty neat. Next slide, please. So operations, this is a big part of what we do in transportation. Transportation works very closely with Public Works for our operations part, mainly the signal crew and the sign and paint crew. We program and operate about 60 traffic signals and pedestrian beacons throughout the city, as well as the advanced traffic management fiber optic system along Butler and Huntington. Kind of confusing because Butler kind of turns into Huntington, as many of you know. So it starts at Butler and the Beaver intersection and heads out onto Huntington and truncates at the Aquaplex. We, of course, have plans to expand that fiber network, but that's how far we've gotten so far. And we work with the signal crew in Public Works to maintain and operate that system. We also work closely with Public Works for several years on sleds, street lighting to enhance dark skies. We worked on that for many years. That project created new engineering standards, which Council adopted last year for roadway lighting. And now we're working on the procurement of new streetlights to transition our existing lighting inventory of low pressure sodium LPS fixtures to dark sky friendly LEDs. You'll be seeing that in the next couple of months, hopefully. We're working hard with them in procurement on that. We also work closely with the sign and paint crew to manage the roads and streets in Flagstaff. These are items like traffic signs, pavement striping, and pavement markings. You might be surprised, Rick mentioned this earlier, but transportation receives calls for service from citizens on nearly a daily basis, which we often address by visiting sites, talking to people, and then we make a determination if a change is needed or not, and then issue a work request to Public Works to implement the change. So we meet with the citizens, try to figure out what's going on, what needs to be changed, and then the work request goes to Public Works and they implement for us. So hand in hand, working with them quite a bit. Next slide, please. Thank you. And finally, development review. This is the last major component of transportation's work program. It's supporting development activity from the early stages of planning applications all the way through construction plan reviews. In the middle of that process is one of our key roles, which is reviewing TIAs, or transportation impact analyses. Got a little list here of some of the TIAs that we are currently reviewing. I'll highlight a couple of them. The 500 West Forest Meadows is the old Coles site. That's mixed use high occupancy housing, which we recently approved. The next one's kind of interesting, the Shops on Butler, and that's the new Coles site. That's under review, also a multi-use development. Sky Cottages, which you'll see for a rezoning application at Woody Mountain Road we recently approved. That's a multifamily development, high density housing. And finally, we're just getting started with Northern Arizona Healthcare and their new campus on the southwest corner of town off of Beulah. That completes my portion of the update. Happy to answer any questions if you have any right now.
Council, do we have any questions or comments at this time? Well, thank you, Mr. Bowen. This is very informative, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. I'll be here if you have any questions that come up later, but next up is Gary Miller, the development engineer.
Excellent.
Thank you, Jeff, for the introduction, and thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to introduce the development engineering, not program anymore, but section. My name is Gary Miller, as Jeff mentioned, and I am the development engineer. I have, in way of introductions, I have 4 project managers. Dana Cole, which I couldn't get a picture of. I didn't get as fancy as Jeff and get some pictures of just them relaxing. Most of them are them at work or being professional, so I apologize. But Dana Cole, he's our most senior project manager. He's been with the city for just over 15 years now. James Blair, he's been in development engineering working on his 3rd year, although he's been working for the city for, I want to say, he's been at the city longer than I have, so 18 plus years. And then Dave Millis is one of our newest project managers, and Brian Gall. Both of them started roughly the same time last year. Their 1-year anniversary is coming up here shortly. So you may be asking yourself, what does development engineering do? And that's a fair question. I get that question all the time. And ask me to explain what does development engineering do specifically. And to put it simply, we regulate the improvements that go in the right-of-way. So water, sewer, streets, sidewalk, drainage, all of those improvements, we regulate those improvements. And it's so the question is, how do we accomplish that? And first and foremost, we do that through the implementation and maintenance of our engineering standards that Rick mentioned earlier. We have an engineering standards revisions committee primarily based out of engineering, with a few other people in that committee internally that look at new technologies or issues that we've been having with the standards to propose revisions that would be better suited for development in Flagstaff. And then we also enforce those engineering standards through development review. So as Rick mentioned, we're heavily involved with the Planning and Development Services Division, and we do a lot of the development review from the engineering perspective. So when a new project comes to town, if they need to build a street or frontage improvements, sidewalk drainage, anything like that, we're looking at enforcing the engineering standards on private development projects through that perspective. And then once those projects get through the entitlement phase of their project, through site plan approvals, all the stuff that Tiffany's group works on, we do plan review. So they're required to submit civil plans to us, and we review those to make sure that they're in compliance with the engineering standards. We also do this for capital projects as well. And then for the private development projects, as they move out of plan review, we also serve as you heard mention of this in Tiffany's presentation earlier, they serve as the single point of contact, or the SPOC. And for the construction phase of the project through the closeout and occupancy of the project. And at any one time, we have roughly 40 to 50 projects that are either going through plan review or are under construction at one time, and that's what all these project managers are working on. So that last bullet point there is just the permitting of all of those projects. I was just looking at the numbers. We collect roughly $1 million worth of permitting fees for all of these types of projects. And those permits not only include private development projects and capital projects, but also franchise utility permits, as well as small permits for the simple water service repair or sewer service repair or sidewalk panel replacement. So that's essentially what development engineering does. It's short, sweet, and to the point, but I hope it makes sense, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Council, do we have any questions or comments at this time? All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Miller, for the presentation and overview on our development engineering.
With that, I will introduce Angel Baca, who's in charge of our inspection and testing and serves as our construction manager.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Angel Baca. I am currently the construction manager for the city of Flagstaff. I am a second-generation native that I was born and raised in Flagstaff, and I've been employed with the city of Flagstaff for 21 years. I've been very proud and fortunate to have been part of all of the building and maintenance in the last 2 decades. I supervise 5 highly qualified inspectors, and I oversee a materials testing laboratory. As Jeff and Gary before us and Brett will talk about after us, we are part of basically every part of the construction project, from roughing in the road to getting all the underground utilities in, the concrete work, the paving, the lighting, landscaping. So we take great pride in being part of the project, and and then watching how they hold up over the years. Most of my inspectors and our materials lab are highly qualified. They have several certifications that are nationally and statewide. As far as locally, this helps us stay current with all the current standards and the ever-changing practices in our industry. A construction inspector, here's a couple bullet points that we could look at. What does a construction inspector do? We perform inspections on projects to ensure that they comply with the plans, the specifications, and the standards. Some of the duties do include inspecting the quality of the work, the quality of the materials used in construction. On a daily basis, we maintain daily records of all the work taking part and all the various stages. They are active participants also. They do coordinate and schedule all the materials testing with our private laboratory that works for the city, CMT Engineering. And they often provide technical guidance when the need arises on the projects. And our main goal is to always assure that our contractors are successful and that we deliver good projects for the citizens of Flagstaff and our community. At this point, I will ask if anyone has any questions.
Thank you. Council, do we have any questions at this time? I am not seeing at this point. Thank you, Mr. Baca.
Okay, thank you. And at this point, we're going to go ahead and introduce our capital improvement engineer, Mr. Brett Peterson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Deasy, Vice Mayor Daggett, and Council. My name is Brett Peterson, and I am the Capital Improvements Engineer for the City of Flagstaff. Team introductions are coming in the next slide, but first I want to introduce the Capital Improvements section. We are responsible for the project delivery and all that entails, including project planning and programming, managing design of specific infrastructure improvements, defining property acquisition when and where it may be necessary, and that culminates with the construction of the physical improvements themselves. We play a large role in the annual development of the 5-year capital improvement program. We are committed to conducting robust public outreach efforts, and we are responsible for the contract administration of multiple delivery methods, including design, bid, build, which is just that. We design it, we put it out for bid, and we build it. Design build, which is where we hire a team, much like we did for the courthouse and most recently the Lone Tree Overpass. The courthouse, as an example, we had a contractor and an architect on board to help us design and construct that project, and that is essentially the same effort we'll be using for the Lone Tree Overpass project. CMAR contracts, construction manager at risk. That's a term that you'll hear on occasion. Under that scenario, we separately select a contractor to work with the design consultant during the design to seek efficiencies in the infrastructure solutions and to develop a guaranteed maximum price for the construction of those improvements. While the planning and programming and design components of what we do go relatively unnoticed by the majority of the public, construction activities are different and are recognized by a large majority of our citizens. Next slide, please. So again, my name is Brett Peterson, and I'll move into introducing my team here in just a second. But I have been blessed to have worked with the City of Flagstaff for over 30 years. That includes 29 years of full-time, plus a couple of years as a temporary employee while I was finishing up my degree. I earned an engineering degree from NAU. I'm recognized as a civil engineer by the Arizona State Board of Technical Registration. And in August of 2020, I received a master's in public administration from ASU. My team consists of 6 project managers. Namely, they are Christine Cameron, Trevor Henry, David Peterson, Eli Reisner, Jeremy DeGator, Mac McNamara, and we share an administrative specialist with the remainder of the engineering crew, that is Gloria Cervantes. If you're counting heads in this slide, you'll notice 3 others are pictured. They include Rick Barrett, our director, and the city engineer, Tiffin Miller, who served in public service for 30 years. He retired in 2013 and stays in contact with our group. And most recent retiree was Randy Groth. He was with the City of Flagstaff for over 17 years and retired last October. We recognize and celebrate academic diversity amongst our staff. We have degrees in geology, GIS, forestry, and civil engineering. Next slide, please. Tried to gather some fun pictures for this presentation. You'll see here, this is some paving in the Sunnyside neighborhood along 2nd Avenue in front of Anderson General Tire. I'm proud of the neighborhood improvements we have completed in that neighborhood. We have a few yet to be completed, but we continue to make progress in seeing those improvements to the end. Next slide, please. The City of Flagstaff partnered with Coconino County Flood Control District to identify and implement drainage improvements within the Spruce Avenue wash following the museum fire in the summer of 2019. In addition to the rock vein weirs, which are depicted in this slide, the city added a second culvert at Linda Vista Crossing to maximize the conveyance of the stormwater flows that can be carried by the existing channel downstream. Next slide, please. Demolition of the ADOT buildings for the Beulah University project has been completed. The city was responsible to remove the structures within the future right-of-way for the roadway improvements. Beulah University design will be completed in the fall of 2021. Next slide, please. Here I've included a early in construction and nearing the completion of construction side-by-side photos of improvements along Industrial Road adjacent to Blocklight on the east side of town. The old roadway crossed private property, and the city was successful in acquiring the right-of-way necessary to complete the third and final phase of improvements along Industrial. Next slide, please. This is a beautiful building, the municipal court. The facility was occupied in October of 2020. It is truly a beautiful building, and it's a site that I think the community can be proud of for many, many years to come. Christine Cameron, who you will hear from later in this presentation, did a great job managing the construction of this facility. Over the years, the capital improvements team has delivered numerous facility projects, including the City County Law Enforcement Agency facility, otherwise known as the LEAF, the Aquaplex, numerous fire stations, and most recently, this beautiful municipal court. Next slide, please. Pictured here is an aerial imagery, a drone photo of the 4th Street reconstruction. So what you're looking at there is the T intersection between Solier Avenue and 4th Street. The construction contract was awarded on December 8th, and construction is currently underway with the installation of an underground utility line. Next slide, please. Very exciting project, the Lone Tree Overpass. We anticipate being in front of City Council to award the initial design phase services contract on February 2nd of 2021. The Lone Tree Overpass is funded by Proposition 420, which was approved by the voters in 2018. It's a very complex project that's going to require coordination with the Rio de Flag project, relocation of the existing railroad tracks, a grade separated crossing over those railroad tracks, and connection to Route 66, which is an ADOT roadway. This is a project that I've been personally affiliated with since 2004. When I was the project manager on, at the time, the Lone Tree Corridor study. That study extended from Route 66 up the north, all the way down to John Wesley Powell at the southern end. It led to various components along the corridor as a whole, including the overpass as depicted here in the aerial photo. We, in 2010, completed the Lone Tree Overpass study. And here we are approaching 2020 or in 2021 to move that forward. I've made the comment previously, and I'll say it again. Our commitment to the voters for this project was that we would be driving on this roadway by November of 2026. And I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that that happens. Next slide, please. And you'll likely recognize this, Mayor and Council. This is the map that was provided in conjunction with the January 2021 monthly report. As you can see, there are 24 projects on this list. All of those are very clearly defined in the 30+ pages of the report. We are happy to go into any details that you may wish at any time on any of those projects, but I just wanted to remind you all that I could only highlight a handful of projects tonight before we move on. With that, I'll take a quick pause and ask if there are any questions of me before I turn it over to Christine Cameron for a Rio de Flag update.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Council, do we have any questions or comments at this time before we move forward? All right, well, thank you very much. And yeah, let's press on.
Fantastic. It is my pleasure to introduce Christine Cameron, who will provide an update on the Rio de Flag project. Christine?
Thanks, Brett. Well, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm Christine Cameron. I'm a Senior Project Manager with Capital Improvements. A little background about me. I moved to Flagstaff in the early 90s. I attended NAU and received a bachelor's degree in geology. And this October will mark 20 years working for the City of Flagstaff. My projects over those 20 years have included the West Street and Arrowhead reconstruction from Cedar to Route 66, 4 projects in our Southside neighborhood, including the San Francisco and Beaver Street beautification improvements in 2010, the municipal court, and I'm currently working on the Lone Tree Overpass and the Rio de Flag. So with the Rio de Flag being a council initiative, we wanted to spend a few additional minutes for an overview and introduction to the project tonight. I have a handful of slides that give a high-level look at the project, and we're available to answer any questions you may have. I say we because there is a great staff team on the Rio. Aside from myself, we have Trevor Henry, who's also a project manager with me, Brett Peterson, our capital improvements engineer, Rick Barrett, our division head and city engineer, and that's our core team within the engineering division. But we also have staff from stormwater, real estate, legal, finance, and purchasing that have an important role in delivering the project. So tonight, I'm going to touch on the project purpose and scope, the history, our current design activities, the real estate acquisition, the BNSF railway coordination, what we've been up to with the public involvement, and next steps, what we'll be working on this year. Slide, please. So the purpose of the project is to remove the hazards associated with the 100-year storm event, which include property damage, life safety concerns, and community economic impacts. From the research conducted by the Army Corps, it was determined that a significant flood would damage approximately 1,500 structures, which have a value of over $916 million and cause $93 million in economic damages. So that gives us a total impact of over $1 billion. And these are 2008 numbers, I believe, which at this time would be underestimated. Aside from a big flood event, we also see regular flooding in our south side and downtown neighborhoods annually during monsoons, and sometimes with the runoff from snowstorms like we just had in town this week. The project improvements will provide reduction of flooding damage and safety hazards, opportunity for downtown and south side redevelopment, elimination of flood insurance requirements, and restrictive floodplain management regulations. Slide, please. So this is our project map. The existing 100-year floodplain is shown in the darkened aerial section. So you can see it affects a large portion of our community. There are 3 reaches, which are a combination of underground box culverts, open channels, and composite channel per design. And the composite channel section has both an underground culvert to carry large volumes of water and a smaller open channel on top. And this provides an aesthetic element of flowing surface water during rainfall events. So Rick is going to man the pointer for me. I wanted to run through the 3 reaches real quick. So we have the lower reach, which runs from the confluence at Phoenix and Beaver Street out to the Butler Tunnel. A large portion of this reach is located on BNSF property. We have the clay wash reach that runs from Blackbird Roost area to the confluence. So these 2 reaches are in phase 1 of our project. And then we have the upper reach that runs from Thorpe Park to downtown to the confluence. And the upper reach is in phase 2 of the project. The phases were split up for construction to allow us to move forward with phase 1, while the BNSF undercrossing just south of City Hall was being designed. Aside from the flood control box culvert, the project scope also includes construction of side drain connections for neighborhood drainage, utility relocations, street reconstruction where the underground channel will be installed, and re-landscaping. So we have several significant elements that are completed in the project. Rick, if we go out to the west, we have clay wash detention basin, which was constructed in 2009. We have the Thorpe Bridge on the northern section, which was constructed in 2012. And we have the Butler Tunnel on the east, which was constructed in 2010. And we also have the ADOT Rio de Flag Bridge south of City Hall, which is underway but not complete. So last March, the city constructed utility relocations for the bridge. And ADOT is now excavating for the Rio de Flag channel and reconstructing the bridge through the summer. The bridge will be built by ADOT in a manner that facilitates the future Rio de Flag box culvert and a foots connection under Route 66. ADOT is performing extra depth of rock excavation, so when we get there with the Rio, the digging and installation of our project is easier. Slide, please. So this project has been under development with the Army Corps since the late 1990s, when they conducted a feasibility study to look at the most effective way to better contain the 100-year floodplain and reduce flooding in the community. In 2004, the city and the Corps signed a project cooperation agreement, which is the PCA, with the Army Corps to pursue the project. And this defined how the project was to be delivered between our two agencies, and it established roles and responsibilities. So the city's responsibilities in the PCA include contribution of 35% of the project cost, that we were to provide all land, easements, rights-of-way, relocations, disposals, and this includes BNSF land. These are what we refer to as LERDs, but it simply means that we provide the property, the utility relocations, the street reconstruction, and the environmental clearance for the project. We also take over operations and maintenance of the project after it is complete. To provide our cost share, we're using revenues collected from our stormwater fee, which saw an increase in July 2019 to fund capital stormwater projects, including the Rio de Flag. Slide, please. So the core responsibilities in the PCA are to provide the project floodway design, construction, and the primary project management. They are the primary agency for this project, and the city is what is referred to as the project non-federal sponsor. The Corps will also contribute 65% of the project cost, and they also develop the environmental impact analysis. There has been a challenge with federal funding over time. We've not always received the funding every year to progress the project, but the Corps did receive final funding for design in federal fiscal year 2018, and that design is being completed now. And the Corps also received full Corps share funding for construction, which is $52 million, and that was received in federal fiscal 2020. Our current total project estimate is $122 million, but one caveat is this may not include the full funding for BNSF mitigation measures. Slide, please. So the Corps is currently finalizing the design documents in cooperation with our city designer. Back on the last slides, I spoke about our agency responsibilities. For their design work, the Corps is contracted with Tetra Tech to complete design of the main floodway improvements. And per our assigned responsibilities, our local consultant, Shepard Westnitzer, or SWY, is designing the utility relocations, the street reconstruction, and the real estate documents. We're currently coordinating with our local franchise utilities, including APS, Unisource, Lumen, and Suddenlink, to have them relocate facilities out of the way of new construction. And we're also working on finalizing the project limits for the real estate, which includes both the floodway and the utility relocation footprint. This information will be documented in the parcel legal descriptions and the Corps project plans and exhibits. So we provide the appropriate amount of property for the project, no more and no less. And we're also working with ADOT on their encroachment permit for the project area that crosses the Milton, Butler, and Clay intersection, the 5 Points intersection. The work in their right-of-way must be done to their specifications and per their permit requirements. And lastly, we are always including BNSF in our design updates and reviews, because like ADOT, the railroad also has their own specifications and requirements for improvements on their property. Slide, please. So for the real estate acquisition, I mean, this is one of our biggest tasks that we're currently working on. And this is completing the real estate documents, which include the legal exhibits and the parcel encumbrances. And this is Bryce Doty's domain, our real estate manager who you heard from earlier this evening. The parcel or easement acquisition is one of our primary responsibilities in the PCA, and the work has to comply with the Corps procedures and requirements. Development of these documents is being closely coordinated with Corps Real Estate Group. So when the Corps verifies that the documents are complete and that the property boundaries are correct and sufficient for the project, they will approve the city to proceed with appraisals and make offers. Our current schedule shows approximately 12 to 18 months to procure the properties once we receive approval. Slide, please. So coordination with BNSF Railway is another one of our heavier lifts for the project. They are involved in plan reviews and approvals for design completion, and that includes the design of the undercrossing structure located to the south of City Hall. We're also working on the measures that we are required to do to mitigate negative impacts to their property or operations due to the project. So they have provided staff more detail on these last week, these mitigation measures, and they are currently under review with the city and the Army Corps. We have a meeting on Friday with Army Corps staff to discuss the items, and we'll be bringing more information back to council on these. Another item for the railroad is the development of the construction and maintenance agreement. This agreement will detail out how the Corps contractor constructs the improvements on their property, the resolution of the mitigation measures, the compensation for property, and how the improvements are maintained. This construction and maintenance agreement will be presented to council for approval, and prior to that, we'll keep you updated on the items that are going into that document. And in addition to the franchise utility relocation throughout the city, we also have to relocate utilities within the BNSF property, and we're working with them on that required utility relocation plan. Slide, please. We have a public involvement program that helps keep our community informed about the project. Our challenge here has been how to engage and address input from our public when there are so many other agencies like the Army Corps and BNSF and ADOT, and their requirements and specifications sit in the driver's seat on this project. We're trying to influence changes where we can with items like how the new landscaping will be installed and what type of landscaping, and the addition of the composite channel in the upper reach. So we still maintain some surface flows to the Rio, which are important to the community. We have a city webpage set up that has presentations, frequently asked questions documents, engineering plans of the composite channel, and websites linked like our virtual meeting room. Beta PR is a local consulting firm that's helping us with this effort, and also North Design. They put together some great videos and slideshows that demonstrate what the project will look like after completion. These visualizations have been very helpful for the public to see what the improvements will look like after construction. There's also a great video link that highlights the Southside neighborhood struggles with the ongoing flooding. We also hold public meetings to keep the community updated. The last one we held was a field walk with the Navajo Drive neighborhood residents in the Upper Reach floodwall section in October of 2020. It was in person, but small and socially distanced. We showed the residents the height and location of the wall improvements, and it really helped them see that in person instead of an engineering plan sheet. It helped them visualize that. Our next public meeting will most likely be a virtual meeting this spring or early summer to provide another project status update. Slide, please. So moving forward into 2021, we will be continuing to work on the real estate acquisition and completion of the project design documents. The BNSF coordination will continue to be an important item for development of the construction and maintenance agreement and the resolution of the mitigation measures. And completion of these items will provide a clear path for the Army Corps to proceed with construction of the first phase of design and construction, which they will probably be looking to award in 2022. So this concludes our presentation on the Rio de Flag. We can take any questions you have, and I will hand this back to Rick Barrett.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron. Council, do you have questions and comments at this time? Well, I would just like to say thank you so much, city staff, for all of your hard work and for even our elected officials who've worked so hard on this issue with so many moving parts and how complicated this project is and how impactful it is for our entire community. I do see Councilmember Shimoni does have a question.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, thank you to the entire team that presented and that are part of this effort. All the efforts mentioned. You all do incredible work, and we are very grateful. So, Mr. Barrett, I did have a couple questions. In regards to design standards, I'd like to have a conversation, maybe not tonight, but at some point, on traffic mitigation and how we're integrating traffic mitigation into our design standards of, roads. Do you want to talk to that really quick?
I'd be glad to. I'm wondering if you might help me better understand what your question is. Traffic mitigation associated with private development projects?
More like the roads we're building, like Navajo Road, for example. Are we integrating centerpieces or, a changing width size of the road to accommodate speeding vehicles? Especially when they go through residential areas, and especially, higher traveled alternative routes. That's kind of where my mind's at.
Yeah, so Councilmember Shimoni, we would refer to that as traffic calming. I think that, we have a guidebook, and I could ask Jeff Bauman to speak to that a little more. But typically speaking, we have, different funding sources that we always have to be careful of. So the Navajo project was road repair and street safety. That project was primarily to replace water and sewer as well as streets. But while we were at it, I certainly understand your question. We could make sure that those streets are calmed. One of the things that we believe does calm traffic is the on-street parking. That is an element of the design we've done for Beale as well as Navajo Road. We worked with the neighborhoods there, and of course, they wanted to see the on-street parking preserved as much as possible. But yes, other than that, Jeff Bauman in his part of the presentation explained some of those center islands. He pointed out some traffic circles. We don't allow speed humps or speed bumps in Flagstaff because of snow plowing, but we have a tool belt of available tools for our use, and we'd be more than willing to have a discussion with council in regard to how to implement those and where may be some locations to provide the implementation.
Yeah, I just think that with the capital improvement projects, if there was a way to have those conversations, I would appreciate that. And yeah, I think calm is a good thing. And yeah, I support what you said about the on-street parking and whatnot. And on the topic of parking in vehicles, something we hear a lot is not overbuilding for cars. And so obviously a lot of us drive and a lot of us need car amenities. So it's a balance. Question: Do capital project improvement projects go through some sort of internal design, like a review board? My understanding is not really.
The simple answer is no. However, the capital team applies what we call project delivery system. Project delivery system requires that we, first of all, have a team that is chartered so that everybody understands who's on that team, what stakeholders there are that we're trying to involve in that team. After that chartering is completed, we would then do what we call project scoping. Project scoping is where we tie back into that strategic vision I mentioned earlier in the presentation, where we would engage the, all the staff members that have fingers in the various planning documents, policy documents that we all use to do our jobs. So we bring all those people together and we look at the opportunity that a capital project presents. And we make sure that we, to the best of our budget ability, are able to advance all those plans that are in the neighborhood that the capital project is in. So we try.
I hear you, and I appreciate that effort. I guess the what I'm trying to resolve, Mr. Barrett, is myself kind of nagging at you and your team about bike infrastructure. I know the design standards and the ATMP are going to address a lot of that, and I'm also thinking about buses and also pedestrian, just walking and sidewalk access. And I'm hoping to try to figure out, as a policy setter and a member of council, how I can help set up our team for success so that, people like myself, which I believe the majority of council agrees with, aren't going to look back on the projects today and say, man, we could have done a little bit more to improve this for all those trying to move, and really prioritizing pedestrians and alternatives like buses and bikes. And so I'm just wondering if an internal design review process is appropriate as we work through the ATMP, so that you don't hear me telling you on Tuesday nights, what about this? What about that? Just a thought. I don't know.
Well, Councilmember Shimoni, I can assure you, by reaching out to Mountain Line, they have experts involved that do bike and ped. We have Metro Plan involved. We are involving the sustainability staff, where Nicole and Jenny are instrumentally involved. We have our own expertise in Martin Ince, who's now a member of Jeff Bauman's transportation group. I'd like to believe that we do a phenomenal job of bringing all the right people to the table to answer these questions before we get in front of council. But, having you involved in those meetings is valuable. I mean, maybe we can extend an invite just so you can be a little more comfortable with just how much effort we put into this. And another thing I'd like to point out is that as part of our 5-year planning process, we look for synergy in all the various funding sources. So, we call that a mapping exercise. And in that mapping exercise, it gives us an ability to start to realize that, okay, so in this one area of town, we've got a water project and we've got a street project. And if I delayed one, we could put them together in, that same year. So we're always looking for opportunities like that. But, and maybe the negative side of this discussion is it all boils back down to money. Do we have the money to build it? And if it involves property acquisition, it can be, become more difficult than we ever thought. If it involves other agencies, ADOT routes, Coconino County, BNSF Railway, as we've ran into with the Rio de Flag project, it's just always something we have to keep an eye on. But we clearly understand the importance of bike, ped, and transit to this council.
Absolutely. And again, I appreciate everything you're saying and your team's work and your leadership. I would love to be involved. I'd be happy to be involved and be more proactive versus reactive, because I know we're on the same page. And I do think that there's a little bit of a shift I'm hoping we're heading in. And I know we're heading in with the ATMP and the design standards. But I think maybe during the gap period, and this, I'm on edge, right? Because I just feel like things are at times falling through the cracks as we are doing this great work that we're doing. And not to discredit the hard work, because I think we are doing good work. But, when you look at our capital improvement projects and all the roads being built, my thought is, how are we prioritizing buses? I had a couple constituents reach out to me and say, hey, Adam, Milton's a mess. What are we doing? And I tell them, I give them a whole list of the report. And yes, we're building roads. Yes, we're building connections that aren't there that are going to help alleviate. But at the end of the day, we're moving cars often. And yes, buses too. But I guess in my vision and hope, we find a way to prioritize bus travel so that we incentivize folks to utilize our buses along with walking and biking, etc. So however I can be of support, I'd love to be. and that's just, just to show you all my cards. That's my thought on all that. But I, again, really appreciate your team's efforts, and I would be very glad to be involved if that was okay. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. The offer stands. Of course, we got to be careful about involving more than 3 council members, but the offer stands. And we'll keep that in mind as we move forward in planning these important projects. We certainly understand the impact that these projects have to the community and the opportunity that they present. So we're very excited to provide this service and look forward to any discussions to help make it better.
Thank you. And Council, I'd love to hear, where you all stand. I know that silence is being complicit and complacent with the conversation, but are you all in line with the idea of us really working to prioritize buses and making sure that folks are able to ride bikes and walk from place to place, and and me kind of pushing and nudging our team to further the efforts? I just kind of wanted to check in with Council, especially without seeing you all face to face. This is hard to read the vibe sometimes, not to drag on the conversation, but yeah, if anyone wants to share their thoughts, I'd love to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. And Mr. Barrett, I'll just chime in and say I appreciate, Councilmember Shimoni, for you to continue to have those questions and those comments. It's something that we need to be having in our minds with all of our projects and moving forward. I have a lot of faith in our engineering team to be able to include this and be in continuous communication with the other entities that are extremely important to be involving in a lot of these decisions. So I just say that, I think we're on pretty well, this council's a similar page with our bus, pedestrian, and multimodal transportation. So, but again, it's always a great thing to keep in our mind to bring up in these kinds of conversations. And yeah, I guess that's my comments on it.
Just another thing that comes to mind, I just always, chance to think is always appreciated for us engineers. We work hard, like bringing forward the 4th Lockett Cedar roundabout alternatives. We're at a point that, we can seek council's direction on some of the alternatives that we have there. I think that's, that again is a very important thing to bring to council. But I use that also as an example to explain that, some of these projects take a lot of time to deliver. Unfortunately, the Rio's taken way too much time to deliver, I'll be honest. But, just look at the Lone Tree Overpass that Brett explained. This was approved in 2018. We promised to the community we'd deliver it in 6 to 8 years. At some point, the dilemma that the capital team runs into is council changes every 2 years. And, we do get stuck in a pickle where, if we're up to 60, 80% design on these projects, it becomes, you see a squirm. We get to a point where we're like, holy cow, now I'm backtracking, and, we had this discussion. So the art is finding a way to be nimble and, provide those opportunities to the city council as early as possible, but then recognizing that the council changes over time. But just an observation, and thanks for giving me that opportunity to just be frank.
I appreciate that.
Mayor, I see your lips moving, but you're on mute.
I keep missing that today. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Barrett, for making that point and making sure that we are also clear-minded as we approach this situation, that these are so many years in development. Yeah, thank you once again. Council, do we have any further comments or questions before we move on? I know it's been a while since we had a break, but I'm hoping we can just power through here. We're coming on the end. So, but any comments or questions before we move forward?
Mayor, while they're catching their thoughts, this slide right here, you can read it, you can see it on screen. This is just look into the future based on our working calendar that the city clerk produces every week. And then we've provided some websites. So with that, we thank you for the opportunity to explain all the wonderful work that we do and that we are very proud of and the people that do it. So again, thank you. And you know where to find us. We'd be glad to answer any questions you have. Shoot us an email and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. I do see a comment from Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Just to kind of follow up on Mr. Shimone's comments, the Lone Tree Bridge over the railroad tracks, I presume that it will have accommodations for bicycles and for pedestrians, just as an example. Anytime we have a new project, those things should be taken into account. So are we taking that into account on Lone Tree?
Absolutely, Councilmember McCarthy. Thank you for the question. But we always advance our thinking. So if we go back to 2006, we built the 4th Street Bridge, and we built a foots trail on the the west side of that structure, and just a sidewalk that didn't have any guardrail at all on the east side of that structure. So now you can look forward in time, and we built the 4th Street Bridge over Interstate 40. We have received input from council. We were able to nimbly make some last-minute changes on that project, but that now represents what I believe is the example as to what we can expect out on the Lone Tree overpass. And hopefully, if there's any other comments we can bring forward, and we will. We know that we need to bring projects in front of council as soon as possible in terms of work sessions, before decisions are critical. Christine will be bringing forward the Lone Tree Overpass Design Build Award. That's listed right here. It's the first bullet point that's coming up. So I believe that's in the very near future. I could reach for my working calendar. Sorry, dates aren't on here. They probably should have been. But that's coming up. But help us. We're here to get this right the first time. So to the extent that you can help us make that bridge better, I am looking forward to the conversation.
Well, I'll just say on the 4th Street Bridge, job well done.
Councilmember McCarthy, Mayor, if it's okay, quick follow-up to the council member.
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy, you and I both are also very big bus advocates. And I just wonder, how can we prioritize bus travel? Where can we implement bus-only lanes? How do we integrate that into designs of the Lone Tree Overpass? I mean, if possible, right? I don't even know if these things are possible half the time, but where appropriate, I feel pretty confident about the direction we're heading in with our design standards through the ATMP in the bikeways document. But now I'm thinking about buses and how are we going to do that? Because, those images that show you the amount of cars that, take up the amount of space that a bus full of people takes up are pretty shocking. And there's a lot of folks who might not ride, but yet will take a bus. But if it's the same amount of time as driving a car, is it really going to be, thriving the way it could be? So, Councilmember, I guess my comment to you is, thinking outside the box, how can we really prioritize bus travel through our designs? And maybe that's part of the ATMP.
Well, just thinking of the Lone Tree Bridge, we could put dedicated bus lanes. But if we did that, that would probably add amazing amount of cost to the bridge. So, you kind of have to you need to keep these things in mind, but you have to balance them with the other things like, are we going to pay a third more for that bridge? And I don't think we have the money to do that, just as an example. So, and there are cases where we have done it, like on the Milltown project. One of the sales points was that they added bus-only lanes, and that was a good sales point and a good benefit to the city. So we should always keep these things in mind, but then we always have to balance them with the other factors of cost and available land, etc. It's difficult.
Where the rubber hits the road.
Right.
Well, and then of course, maintenance has to be considered. I can't sit here and take credit for any of this. We do a small little part by designing and delivering a project. The life of the project falls over to Public Works or Water Services, as I pointed out before, where then this maintenance has to take over for the life of the facility. And then of course, if we're talking about buses, we have to make sure that Mountain Line is involved. I know that the Mountain Line folks, Kate and Heather, would be very quick to point out that to run a bus line is going to cost money. And if it's BRT that's running every 10 minutes, it's going to cost more than a bus that's coming every 30 minutes. Now I'm getting into somebody else's bailiwick, but yeah, Councilmember McCarthy is right on. These are all great ideas, but they have to be balanced with appropriate funding sources and cost to maintain.
And if we take it back to the 30,000 foot level as policy setters, when we think about the future of Flagstaff, do we want to keep just moving cars? Because I think that, we live in a very car culture. And although we have buses and some bicycle infrastructure, we're heading down a path of just continuing to build for cars, along with buses and bikes, but primarily cars and car travel. And if we do want to actually meet our climate goals and that big shift we talk about, I really think we need to, maybe reshift some of our values and priorities. And I know that's a bigger conversation that we have for this agenda item tonight, but I guess that's where my mind is. And I'd like to see a future of which buses are dominating our streets and people are utilizing them at a higher capacity, not during a pandemic, but when it's okay. And maybe they are traveling every 10 minutes, like you said, Mr. Barrett, but you know what, they're full. And Mountain Line is able to make it work because of the capacity. Anyways, thanks for hearing me out. Those are my thoughts, and thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. All good things to hear and be thinking about, and I'll kind of echo one things I always like to be is an idealist without illusion. So we have both of that. So I appreciate the conversation. That's a JFK quote, by the way. Anyways, let's move on here. We are down to agenda item number 10 for general public participation. And I'm seeing from Ms. Fobar, no additional public participation at this time. So we're down to agenda item number 11, the informational items, 2 from mayor, council, and city manager, and future agenda item requests. I will go down with roll call and see if we have anything to report. Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one topic. I'd like to thank staff for the great work with clearing all of this snow and remind us all about clearing sidewalks in front of our houses and businesses. And if we could get a quick presentation on what the procedures are when plowing residential streets and the berms left in front of people's sidewalks. Year after year, I hear a lot from people about being frustrated by the berms. And if we could just get a quick glimpse at what the snowplow drivers are required to do and what the process is, I would appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you very much. I have nothing tonight.
All right. Councilmember McCarthy.
Nothing in particular, but I will note that it did snow at my house today.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Council Member Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to send a big grateful heart to everyone on Team Flagstaff, particularly our police officers, our firefighters who have responded to calls, helping our residents and visitors alike, as well our streets and parks and recreation teams who have been working 24/7 in keeping our roads safe. I want to do a shout out to our 9 breweries in Flagstaff. February has been declared as Arizona Beer Month. It used to be a beer week, but due to COVID, it has become Arizona Beer Month, and it will focus regionally. So the first week of February 1 to 7 is focused on Northern Arizona breweries. So there's some campaign that the Discover Flagstaff, our tourism team is embarking on. Of course, due to COVID, there's a focus on curbside pickups. So just recognizing that Flagstaff is a leading craft beer city in Arizona. So, and then I do have a request through the city manager with request staff to look into House Bill 2418 filed by Representative Tim Dunn. So this is the Economic Development Improvement Programs. And it is believed to be a tool to attract capital investment to rural regions like Northern Arizona and Flagstaff. So I haven't seen I got a copy of the bill, but I haven't had a chance to read it yet because I just received it like 2 hours ago. But look into that bill, see if it will, it's something that we can support to have passed at the state legislature. And stay safe and healthy. Good night.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council and staff in the community. It's been another long Tuesday. I probably added more to that than I should have, so I apologize. Couple things. This past week, the Indigenous Commission met for our first meeting. Thank you so much to our coordinator of Indigenous Initiatives, Rose Tohi. Excellent job in facilitating that first meeting. And that commission appointed 2 chairs. So we have co-chairs, Joe Washington and Cora Phillips. And I am just so excited about that commission and the work that they're going to be taking on, which is going to be very challenging work. And yeah, great meeting, good first meeting. Shout out to Scott Overton with Streets, along with Andy Bertelstein and their entire snowplow personnel. They've been out there in full force and they've been doing an excellent job. I posted something to social media with an update earlier today and wasn't sure the response I was going to get from the community, but honestly, it was an overwhelming positive gratitude response from the public. And so I think the public is feeling very grateful for that team's efforts right now with this pretty epic snowstorm that we've received. So thank you. Last week, we had a Mountain Lion board meeting, and I wanted to thank Councilmember Sweet for being a board member in that group. And we had a great meeting, and I'm not going to go into the details of it, but it's a good team and good things we're working on. Message to the public: this Thursday we have a county joint meeting, meaning the city and the county board of supervisors are meeting from 4 p.m. to approximately 7 p.m. A very packed agenda. Definitely join us. That will be live streamed on our page. I saw the APS partnership the EV pump stations, I don't even know what they're called, charging stations at City Hall today on a bike ride, and I was just so excited when I saw that. So just want to express gratitude to Nicole, City Manager, and APS, and all those involved in making those happen. Very excited to see those come in and the transition beginning to happen. We have a budget retreat on Monday starting at 8:30 a.m. And so join us live right here online on Monday. And Mayor, I just wanted to express gratitude for your leadership and your work so far on council as our mayor. I think you've done an excellent job jumping into this and taking the wheel and driving us straight and steering us, forward. So I just feel gratitude for your leadership and efforts as part of this team. So thank you, Mayor. And yeah, that's all my comments. Be well, be safe, and I guess walk like a penguin, right? Dean, anyways, cheers.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilwoman Sweet.
I just wanted to echo the thanks to Scott Overton and the Streets team. And that is all I have for tonight. Thank you so much, everyone. The presentations were very informative. Thank you.
Yeah, and I guess I'll echo similarly. I really do appreciate these presentations, learning from you all, and getting up to date and learning all the hard work you're doing every day. So I really appreciate this, these work sessions. I do have one future agenda item request I'd like to put forth, and that would be a discussion regarding the mayor and council's compensation. I know there was a lot of talk in previous councils about increasing that, and I would like to get a pulse on where council is on that regard, and not just talking about no change versus increasing it, but I also would like to be considering whether we decrease council's pay and mayor's pay for the next council, in solidarity with so much of our community who is facing such economic downturn, our staff at the city who were facing pay freezes and everything else in this environment. I think this is an important discussion to bring up in light of current conditions and see where the current council is in that before we commit city staff time to set up a committee or whatever else that was being proposed by the prior council. So I would like to bring that up again and discuss as a fair. So that is my commentary for tonight. City Manager, do you have anything before we adjourn?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. In response to the request by our Vice Mayor about a quick presentation regarding residential snow plowing operations, I had it in mind to do a quick update from this hopefully it's last snow event. I think there's another one on its heels in my next manager's report, which will be before you at your next regular meeting next week. We can ask Scott and others to spend a little bit of time, since it'll be in my report, to address that specific item. So that'll be in front of you next week. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, City Manager. Well, thank you, team and council. And this meeting is adjourned. Thank you so much. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Drive carefully, please.